never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Show on the road. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Secret Bunker. here in Southwest Ohio. Welcome aboard. Indeed it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, what are we looking at? Boy, is it really already hump day? Yep, ready or not, here it is, midweek coming on as we will turn the page on the calendar, 8th day of June. That's what we'll be working our way into, time zone to time zone. Well, your travels will be slowed a bit in central portions of the country, areas that seem like night after night. We're talking about parts of Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa's in the mix tonight as well. Yeah, we've had a line of severe thunderstorms. One particular cell that had been prompting tornado warnings for the last several hours, as a matter of fact, has been kind of progressing right along north central Kansas, now moving into northeastern Kansas. And matter of fact, right at the midnight hour Eastern time, they updated tornado warning. This is, Marshall County. Again, right there in northeastern Kansas, right there close to the Nebraska line. This cell moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. So showers, thunderstorms stretching from right about Des Moines. The rain will be moving into Des Moines if it's not raining in your area just yet. But your line kind of cuts down into southeastern portions of Nebraska, then into north central, pushing into northeastern Kansas. Heavy-duty showers, thunderstorms. Now, aside from the tornado warning, there are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings all along that line. Then we've got spottier showers and thunderstorms, some of them producing severe weather in the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region, even some severe weather in southeastern Colorado tonight. So we'll kind of keep an eye on things there with the torrential rains, which undoubtedly will be slowing you down for your travels there. Much of the eastern USA, relatively quiet. We've got a shower activity in the northeast, some spotty showers. Things have really been lightening up through parts of Pennsylvania. It's much of eastern New York on up into Vermont, New Hampshire, and moving into portions of Maine. None of that severe weather, but just your typical showers with a few pockets of heavier rain. Then in the southeast, there are a few clusters of showers and thunderstorms, have some heavier rains pushing through the Atlanta metro area at this hour. Another cluster of thunderstorms back into Alabama and Mississippi. Let's see, what do we have here? Back toward the Alabama-Mississippi line from Tupelo to Columbus, Mississippi. Some heavier rain there. I don't believe we're seeing, no severe weather in the mix there, but just definitely some heavy rain. Focus on the weather is going to be for those out west. Couple of different scenarios. One will be potential flooding in the offing in the coming days in the Pacific Northwest. And then it's going to be the heat. Yeah, the official heat wave is underway in the southwestern portions of the country. Yeah, excessive heat watches through much of California. Heat advisories stretching through Southern California, the southern portions of Nevada, much of southern Arizona as well. Let's start right there. This scorching heat wave that's going to last for days for the southwestern states, headed all the way into the weekend. Forecasters tell us that this weather pattern could actually set dozens of daily records as temperatures sort of the highest levels yet this year. Phoenix, they're now telling us, could actually see 115 degrees. We have, as I mentioned, excessive heat watches stretching from southeastern California to southern Nevada, central Arizona, ahead of this building heat. Las Vegas, Phoenix, Palm Springs, California, all areas included in those watches, signaling to residents you need to prepare now for sizzling conditions. Temperatures in Phoenix hit 106 degrees Tuesday afternoon. Daytime highs going to be 5 to 10 degrees above normal as we head into the second half of the week. And even into the weekend, looks like the heat's probably going to peak in most areas Friday and Saturday. Now, all those temperature departures may not seem all that extreme, but forecasters tell us it's important to keep in mind. Average highs in the desert Southwest are already in the upper 90s to 100 plus degrees this time of year. That's your normal temperatures. That means this heat, this wave of heat, are going to be pushing temperatures well above 100, closer to 110 for some areas. That's dangerous, even for those that are accustomed to the extreme heat. Plus, you've got the prolonged nature of these temperatures upwards of 100 that could place a significant physical and financial strain on residents. Energy demands are going to climb as everybody's going to be looking for air conditioning. Yeah, we could see increased energy prices, and we could even see some of our grid failures, which we've been talking about. Here it comes, this heat in response to this big northward bulge in the jet stream, allowing hot air to flow in from the south. At the same time, this jet stream configuration are going to send a plume of moisture, what they call the fire hose of moisture, into the Pacific Northwest and southwestern Canada. We're going to be talking a significant flood risk here in the second half of the week. With this particular heat surge, though, dozens of daily record highs are going to be challenged. Some of those long-standing records from the early 1900s. Phoenix is expected to see your first 110-degree day of the year by the end of this week. The Valley of the Sun, you may experience 3 consecutive days, Friday through Sunday, with near record highs in the middle 110s. Like we said, we could see 115 reached here in a few days. Higher elevations, Flagstaff, Arizona, where average highs for the middle of June would be the middle to upper 70s. Yeah, June 10, your record high of 87 degrees, which is stood for 112 years, could be matched or toppled. Of course, Death Valley, California, home to some of the highest temperatures ever recorded, will be approaching 120 degrees by this weekend. Saturday's record high of 121, which was actually set in 1921, could be challenged. Elsewhere, the extreme heat's going to be spreading northward. Places like Reno, Nevada, Sacramento and Fresno, California, Salt Lake City, Utah, Albuquerque, New Mexico, all major metro areas where this heat wave could stamp some new marks on the record books. Visitors to the Southwest, not acclimated to this kind of heat, going to have to take additional precautions to avoid heat-related illness. All right, the parched conditions helped fuel a wildfire in Hesperia, California on Monday that left at least one person injured from burns. Looks like the hot pattern's going to continue to be a rather dry one there across the Southwest. We'll get into the moisture, this plume of moisture that's going to be reaching into the Pacific Northwest in the coming days. Reason for the concern about extreme flooding is the snow melt. The higher elevations, there's plenty of snowpack, and you're going to see the rain combining with a pretty rapid melt-off that they tell us could lead to some significant flooding concerns in the Pacific Northwest, again, in the coming days. Now, as we speak, beginning to see some of the first precipitation rolling in. Have some showers through central and north central Oregon from, say, right about Bend, Oregon, on up into southern and central portions of Washington. Some of the heaviest rain falling in the Pacific Northwest up toward Victoria, British Columbia at this hour. More on our travelers' weather as we make our way into a Wednesday. Hello to Heavy D, checking in out of the box. one of our first on board via YouTube this hour. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. High pressure pumping is ready to roll. Richard checks in from Central Florida tonight with 74 degrees. Hello to Philly Dan. If no mentally disturbed person should have an assault weapon, should a mentally ill president have a military? Just asking. Philly Dan, good question. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Hey, there's our friend Terry from Canada. Haven't heard from you in a while, Terry. A while. We've been questioning about you. Terry says, Toronto, Ontario, 59 degrees. I'm back. Let's see. After truck's been in the shop for over a week. All right, that kind of explains you haven't been out there working overnights, right? All right, good to have you on board there, Terry. Everybody be safe. Hello to Joe, Morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Nice 66 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia for this hump day. Everybody stay safe, keep it shiny side up. All right, Truckin' Troy is on board. Checking in from Fort Wayne, 61 degrees at this hour. Chevy guy flipping the switch. Coffee's in the cup holder, copy in the mail. We are underway. All right. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 72 in Bonner Springs, Kansas, westbound in a high-speed cow truck. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Land of Oz. All right, there's the Michigan Madman checking in. Hello there, Stephen. Gerald, howdy to everybody out there, and you too, Steve. It's a groovy night for the overnight drive. All right. Miss Melly checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. 69 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky tonight. Sitting on the deck, watching deer in the hayfield. Diesel now at $5.79. Unleaded now at $4.79. That would be at the Speedway in Maysville, Kentucky this afternoon. Yeah, here locally, I see some of our first stations reaching the $5 per gallon mark for regular unleaded at $5.09 per gallon. Yeah, would you be surprised if I said, hey, we've set another daily record for fuel prices? Matter of fact, we got the latest on your diesel prices. It is not encouraging. Latest from the Energy Information Administration. We'll delve that out to you coming up here in a few. Hello to Kevin this morning. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Be safe out there. All right. Horse feathers. Who we going to get butthurt tonight? Now, why would you say that? Horse feathers? You trying to be an instigator? I'm sure we'll find someone to offend, right? Hello, Pappy. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it? There is the legendary Big Moose on board. Heidi Ho, Steve Areno, and the gang. 65 degrees here. And I can see every star in the sky. Bob, Susie, Jan. We're all just chillaxing tonight. Everybody be safe. Have a great night. All right. Hello to Brian. Buckeye Boy checks in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida with 75 degrees. Actually came through some very heavy rain and lightning around Orlando and then south of Fort Pierce. All right, let me see here. What do you say? Do you think if you told Knuckerbuster you got that same info about the percentages of owner-operators hauling freight from the search engine DuckDuckGo? Would that be accurate or not? Anyway, when I get back to Atlanta Friday, I unload and reload for just south of Boston for a Tuesday delivery. Keeping you busy out there, aren't they, Buckeye Boy? Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, there's the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Taking it easy tonight. Morning to Jacqueline from Erlanger, Kentucky with 73 degrees at this hour. All right. Happy hump day, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. There's our friend Larry on board. And be safe. Mop time over. It is 844-844-3388. That is our number. What's on your mind tonight? Jump on in as we kick things off. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey there, good morning to Big Sexy. He's out there, sends me a tweet from one of the local forecasters there in Arkansas, where the severe weather risk comes into play once again here midweek. Showers and storms again expected across Arkansas, much of the state, through the coming day. Action should start over northwest Arkansas during the morning hours, then spread south and east through midday. Looks like damaging winds and large hail, the primary threats. However, the training of storms could lead to some flash flooding for some. All right, what are they talking? Could see hail in some of these storms in Arkansas up to a quarter size, winds up to 60 mile per hour. Yes, the good news is, said the tornado potential at least is very low with the activity coming your way. There's Billy the Kid checking in. Hey there. Morning, Steve. Just checking in with you. It's a bad start to a long week. I started at 4 in the morning Tuesday, headed to Lawrence, Kansas from Jeffersonville, Indiana, with a D7 Caterpillar dozer. I didn't get 50 miles till I lost a brake chamber on the trailer. Well, got that fixed. And before I got out of the truck stop, some jackass in a six-wheeler clipped my trailer and took out both outside tires on the left side of the trailer. Ugh. Anyway, finally got everything fixed. I'm just now leaving. 8 hours behind schedule. All right, hopefully smooth sailing from this point forward, right, Billy the Kid? Be careful out there. He said, everybody stay safe. I'll be listening in. All right, hopefully a better rest of the week, right? Weekly Department of Energy Information Administration average retail diesel price. Oh, yeah, you've got a new record with a gain posted Monday of 16.4 cents. The new national average for diesel now $5.70 per gallon, easily surpassing the previous record of $5.62 set on May the 9th. That's the first increase after 3 weeks of relatively small declines. over the 3 weeks. The benchmark price for most fuel charges were down about 7.5 cents a gallon. But that 16.4 cent increase isn't even in the top 3 largest increases this year. If this was 2021, that would have easily been the biggest 1-week gain for the entire year. But here in 2022, this year alone, the Department of Energy price has gone up 74.5 cents, 40.1 cents, 34.9 cents in varying weeks. Ultra low sulfur diesel climbing on the CME commodity exchange last week, while retail prices and future prices do not move in tandem. The increase of almost 28 cents between the settlement of May 27 and last Thursday has set the stage for this new increase in prices. All right, diesel has once again taken the role of the biggest gainer in the petroleum market. On May 20th, a barrel of diesel was worth between $44 and $45 more than a barrel of Brent, which that's an enormous spread compared to what would be the historical relationships. Well, Monday of this week, that spread was more than $61 a barrel. The huge gap on Monday, which was surpassed only by big gaps at the end of April when the ultra-low sulfur diesel contract was being squeezed in those final days of the May contract. All right, the East Coast diesel squeeze appears to be easing a bit. The Department of Energy reported a gain of just 7.4 cents in the East Coast average diesel price, but still averaging $5.92 per gallon. Yeah, the gap shrank to 21.9 cents a gallon, down from 33.4 just 2 weeks ago. So even the current number, it's still higher than the usual, well, what would be flat to maybe a few cents spread historically. But and hopefully things continue to ease there in the Northeast. But there are your numbers. Well, and with each passing day, we just continue to ask the same question. How high will these prices go? All right, see who's checking in out of the box here. Would that be, let's see, is this David?
Dingbat.
Oh, Dingbat, it's been a long time. How are you?
I should change my name to Crash Dummy, I should say.
Oh, yeah? What'd you do?
I had a wreck the day before, well, a few days before Memorial Day. I crashed. I had an airbag deployment and everything like that, but I'm okay.
Oh, that's the good news. Wow. Okay. I guess I don't know if you catch the podcast, but I had mentioned you and Brain Dead last evening. I said, it's been a while since we heard from you guys. Hoped everything was okay.
Yeah, we're just, I got into, well, I'm not saying severe, but a little nerve-wracking wreck Friday before Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened too fast, and I had an airbag deployment, and I wrecked our own vehicle, but luckily we have another vehicle, so we're A-okay.
All right. Well,
we're talking to doctors and see what's going to happen next.
Okay.
I know Brain Dead's listening right now, so
hello, Brain Dead.
Later on.
All right. Yeah, been a while since we've heard from you. Well, thanks for checking in anyway. Well, yeah, I'm glad to hear everything's okay, but I guess no worse the rare. The vehicle can be fixed. Now you're a different story, right? So.
Yeah. So my name's Crash Dummy 101. So.
Dingbat, the crash test dummy. All right.
Yep, that's me.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for checking in. And be safe out there. See what Eskimo Mom has on her mind. Morning, Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day.
Hi, Steve. I'm going to give you a little update. Long story short, is I called off sick Thursday because my husband I sent my husband on a small errand to pay a bill. Well, this place is out there in the country. Well, make a long story short, he got a little twisted and turned and never came back home till like 9 hours after I sent him on the errand. But come to find out, I got that errand done here yesterday, and I can understand why he got lost. Out there, and the road that he had to turn off on, the road sign was twisted 90 degrees, so you couldn't see it from the angle of the road and everything. You couldn't see that road sign until you're on top of it, and then got over to finally found the place. I shot right past it because the marker sign for it, the street address sign for it, it was covered in weeds. So that might be something a lot of folks need to think about, is that even if you live out in the country or if you live in town, make sure that your address is visible. So that way, in case, so if you have customers that are coming in and need to find a place, or if God forbid you need a first responder, they can find that place in a heartbeat. Without having to rely on the GPS and everything.
I mean, what should the normal turnaround have been? Should your husband have been gone maybe an hour or something to go take care of this, and then
maybe an hour and a half at the most.
So then 5 hours have passed, 6 hours have passed, and then he was gone for like 9 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because he ended up hitting some of these detours and getting twisted and turned and everything. And my dear sweet husband, he's gonna be 74 here in just under a month, and he doesn't do well with instructions and directions and everything anymore.
Okay.
So pretty much I was able to get that taken care of. But lesson learned.
Well, okay. Well, thanks for the update. Everything else going all right aside from that?
Just work, eat, sleep. That's about it. And looking down towards Cincinnati area, it looked like the roads are a little damp down that way. So I'm kind of wondering if y'all got a little bit of rain down this way.
Haven't seen any rain outside the secret bunker that it's been a kind of a quiet evening. Things very, very calm out there, but yeah, I'll pull up the radar, see what we can find. All right. Good to have you on board. Have a good night, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for checking in. We got to get a news break here as we're off and rolling Wednesday. Hey, Mike. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So we had several testifying on Capitol Hill this past day, including the Treasury Secretary, I believe the Energy Secretary. Everybody's talking about the cost. Paying at the pump. What can we do? Well, Janet Yellen says, well, there's nothing we can do. In her testimony, the Biden administration is out of options, she says. to lower gas prices. Testifying before the Senate Finance Committee, continuing to lay the blame at Vladimir Putin's feet. Our Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, echoing Janet Yellen's statements. This as fuel prices set yet a new record high for the 10th consecutive day. Our new national average for regular gasoline is now $4.91 per gallon. Yes, more than double since Donald Trump left office. And people are getting angry, rightfully so. Meanwhile, recent survey says the vast majority of Americans do not like the way the president is handling this. This is an ABC News Ipsos poll that shows 72% disapprove of Biden's gas policies. Americans have been feeling the pain at the pump for months now, but with each passing day, the prices continuing to rise. There was a separate poll suggesting a majority of Americans feel the economy is in bad shape and that they are struggling financially. This would be the Wall Street Journal NORC survey released on Monday. Says 83% of respondents say they believe the economy is either poor or not good. This one poll after another, they found more than a third of those surveyed are not satisfied with their personal current financial situation. 38% believe their finances have got worse over the past few years. All this as the president tries to downplay the concerns of a potential recession, high inflation, other economic factors impacting everyone in the country. As we know, I take you back just about a week ago when Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, at the time, she said this administration could indeed take steps to curb these prices. There are those waiting in the wings for the Environmental Protection Agency to approve their drilling permits. She also cited the administration could restart the Keystone Pipeline. That would have been finished this year had Biden not canceled it. Right now, she went on to say in Alaska, there's an area that's set aside for drilling. But had President Biden not stopped it, they could go ahead and open back up. I do believe, she says, I think the Democrats have actually long wanted $5 per gallon gas. Well, they've got it. All right, when it comes to gas prices, as the president at the time, that was shortly after he made that statement about we're just going through this incredible transition. God willing, when it's over, we'll be stronger and the world will be stronger and less reliant on fossil fuels. That was the key right there. All right, let's get back to your calls here at 844 or 844-3388. Well, good morning, always moving.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call, and God bless Hot Shot Secret for giving us the opportunity to talk to you at night. So I absolutely loved Philly Ed's comment about if a mentally ill person can't have a firearm, why should a mentally ill person in office
have a military?
Yeah.
Yep.
Have a military. I can't put the word president with Joe Biden. I just can't say it, can't do it. But I absolutely loved it, and that's very, very true. So, you know how everybody, today I went to put gas in my car, $5.099 per gallon.
Yep.
And that is, I'm 63 and a half. That's the first time I've ever paid that for gas. So I really quickly did the math in my head, and I have a little 2011 Ford Fiesta. I get 40 miles to the gallon. I drive 68 miles one way to work, blah, blah, blah. It takes me 2 tanks of gas a week.
Mm-hmm.
It is now costing me between $80 and $100 a week for me to go to work. And that's with a fuel-efficient car. $80 to $100 a week for me to go to work. And I get paid every other week. So every other week now, when I get my paycheck, I can take $180 to $200 out for just gas.
Wow.
Yeah. So with that in mind, and with all the people in Texas and across the country who are saying to all of the people in power with the government to do something, here's what I have to say. To Joe Biden and to the demos, short for Democrat, when it comes to the price of gas, do something. And then for Joe Biden and the demos, when it comes to the illegal immigrants coming across the border, do something. When it comes to Joe Biden and the Democrats with regards to the prices in the grocery store and to the price of everything all around that has gone up to where I'm choking at this point to try to buy anything at the grocery store. And I know it's not going to the farmers, but to Joe and to the demos, do something. They need to get off of their butts and do something, because we're not going to last 2 years with this crap. There's no way we're going to tolerate another 2 years of this. I know at this point, if it doesn't change, I am seriously considering having to say, well, I can't drive to the work where I get my insurance and my retirement and stuff like that. I'm going to have to stay close to home. My car has 330,000 miles on it. I can't find a car for sale. I can't afford to buy a car because now of all of the gas prices and stuff. I mean, this is a vicious cycle that has gone on. And so because everyone else wants to stand there about the guns and yell, do something, for me, to Joe and the demos, do something. Do something. There are things you can do. Don't do what you've been doing, but do something that is positive, that makes a change for those of us who are living in the real world. Thank you so much for taking my call, and I hope everyone else has a lovely day today.
And that's what you call venting. Thank you, Always Moving. That's what the poll said. More than 70% of the people offering that exact sentiment. Do something. I mean, the testimony we heard, as I just shared from Yellen and the energy secretary saying there's nothing more we can do. We're out of options, which, as I just shared from Marsha Blackburn last week, that is an absolute lie. It is not true. On a brighter note, all right, kind of looking forward to this. Pretty exciting. Fans have been pouring in to Eldora Speedway, and it all gets underway later today. 4 of the biggest days in dirt late model history will take place this week at Eldora Speedway with the Eldora Million, and then you've got the Dirt Late Model Dream on tap. Now, our friends at dirtondirt.com getting ready with some fast facts for these races. As I said, it starts today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. There will be what they call twin $12,000 to win features today and on Friday. Heat races, consolations, and in the midst, Thursday evening, this will be the second time in history that they've done this one time previously. That's $1 million to win dirt late model race. It'll actually be $1,002,022 for the main event Thursday with heat races, consolations. Then on Saturday, that's the Dream, which is a $128,000 to win main event on Saturday evening. We're talking Eldora Speedway. They're in Rossburg, Ohio, a high-banked, half-mile clay oval, which Tony Stewart purchased that track. I don't know how many years ago has it been. But they break down the numbers, the purses, so this obviously brings in all the best of the best dirt late models from all over the country. This year we're talking, let's see, some of the previous winners. Donnie Moran of Dresden, Ohio. He was the winner of the first Eldora Million. Yeah, the one other time they've done this, $1 million to win race. That was in June of 2001. Brandon Overton of Evans, Georgia, actually swept last year's back-to-back Dreams. Now, the reason they had back-to-back, the 2020 Dream canceled due to COVID, so they had kind of like a 4-night weekend last year where you had two $128,000 to win races, which, again, Brandon Overton swept that. All right, tickets, Wednesday and Friday. General admission would be $34. 13 and under kids are free. Now, Thursday for the $1 million to win, the general admission is $74. Again, 13 and under free. Saturday's general admission, $45. You add $5 for adult reserved seats, add $19 for reserved seats for ages 13 and under. Yes, there are pit pass options. A 4-day event, $220. You can find all the information at EldoraSpeedway.com. Flow Racing will have the coverage. Flow Racing with multiple announcers, multiple cameras, on-screen race lineups, live timing, the scoring feed. Again, all via Flow Racing. Yeah, with all the success, last year it was so big, hosting a pair of Dreams in the same week because the 2020 and 21 editions had to take place together there. The desire to bring back the historic Eldora Million. Eldora Speedway officials scheduled another double weekend this season. As I mentioned, the second ever Eldora Million and the Dream, two separate programs. It'll be a 101-lap main event Wednesday and Thursday, followed by a new show including prelims and the 128,000 to win 100-lap feature on Friday and Saturday. And yes, all 4 nights will be streamed live on Flow Race. This is dirt racing's most lucrative weekend ever. $1,907,950 in prize money will be divvied out over these 4 days of competition, including winnings from Thursday and Saturday's 100-lap finals. Then you got the preliminary features on Wednesday and Friday, consolations on all 4 days. So this should be big. All right. They did talk about some issues with tires. I guess just like everything else out there, tires are in short supply. Because of the continued tire shortage, teams will be allowed 4 tires, except in rare instances, from time trials through the 25-lap preliminary features on Wednesday and Friday. For Thursday and Saturday's programs, teams will be allowed 4 tires for heats and consolation races. Drivers advancing to the features can use up to 3 new tires for the 100-lap main events. Brandon Overton and Scott Bloomquist of Mooresburg, Tennessee, are the only back-to-back Dream winners. Bloomquist won his 7th and 8th Dreams back in 2017 and 18. Bloomquist has won a total of 8 Eldora Dreams. Billy Moyer and Freddie Smith, as well as Brandon Overton, have won 2 Eldora late model Dreams. The only other drivers there with multiple victories. Who will it be here in 2022? All right, the other $1 million races we mentioned, the only other time in history, Donnie Moran of Dresden, Ohio, took home $1 million. And imagine that, crossing the finish line and you just became a millionaire. Okay, we'll get back to your calls here after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
If anybody had seen the actual story, saw a social media post. Someone said the USDA says we could see $12 for a dozen eggs by the end of this year. I said, now wait a minute, is that really possible? I did a quick search. Glenn Beck actually sent out a tweet here a couple days ago, I guess it was. Let's see, June 2nd, apparently, which kind of warns $8 a gallon gas, a warning of potentially $12 for a dozen eggs, the blackout risk for 2/3 of the country, which I've confirmed that. Record inflation, while we funnel almost the entire military budget of Russia to Ukraine. That's just one crisis. Imagine what will happen when Biden declares an energy, food, or climate emergency. Yeah, well, the $8 per gallon gas, that has come to fruition already. And more stations we're seeing there in California have breached that $8 per gallon level. All right, back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. It's been a while. Hello, Double R. How we been?
Steve, how you doing?
Trying to stay afloat, if you know what I mean. How about you?
Well, I'm doing the same here. Like I said, I told you on the phone there, I'm out here by myself. And speaking of California, I'm out here in California right now. We're going to, I'm on my way up to Canadian border up there in Washington. I've got some Rolls Royces I have to drop off up there. And then I have to come back down here to L.A. and pick up them cars that I told you we brought out and take them back. I just stopped and got fuel, Steve. $6.99.9 a gallon. Might as well say $7.
$7 a gallon, yeah.
I got 101 gallons. Let's see here, $708.22, and then I bought 4 gallons of DEF at $24.46.
Wow.
Total bill was $732. So yeah, it's getting stupid out here.
100 gallons of fuel.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, what's this translating to for people that purchase? I mean, obviously, when you're transporting those high-dollar vehicles, we're talking people that have a lot of money. I don't know who can afford a Rolls Royce, but obviously, the cost of moving these vehicles, it's getting a whole lot more expensive to deliver these cars.
Yeah, we had to jack our prices up, because of the fuel, and yeah, it's absolutely getting ridiculous. I don't see how they could afford it, to be honest with you, but that's, it's none of my business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like the U.S. mail. You call it, I haul it, So,
Sure.
But it's, it is what it is. So, I got did I tell you about Nita? I think I did.
I know that you said she's facing surgery, right? Is it going to be like the back or neck or something?
Yeah, they're going through her throat into her spine, and 2 doctors. They're going to one's going to cut her throat open, the other one's going to work on the spine. And then Anita went down today for her consultation or whatever it's called. But I guess they're going to do the back of her neck as well, cut it open, and then they're supposed to take some bone off her hip and pack it in between 6 and 7 vertebrae. And then I found out while they're doing that, they're going to put a little slice in the back of her tongue because she has sleep apnea. I've never heard of that crap either.
Huh.
Have you?
I can't say that I have, no.
No, and that's what I told her. I says, well, you won't be able to talk, will you? She said, no, not for a while. I said, well, I might come home.
Wow.
No, I'm gonna be home, but I sure miss everybody. I've been running on days and everything, and I've been trying to stay awake, to call you and all that, and I apologize, but I just got done parking the truck, and I said, God darn, I'm going to call Steve, so appreciate you taking my call. So,
well, thank you for checking in. Yeah, good to hear from you, and let us know how things go with Anita. When is that scheduled for? Is that coming up here in a couple weeks, or?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Steve. 28th of June is when they're going to do the surgery. I should be home on the 26th. And, yeah, hopefully everything goes well, That's all we can do is hope for the best. So.
All right.
Yep. But I just wanted to pass it on to everybody and ask for their prayers if we can get it, for a speedy recovery. So.
You got it. Yep. That's June the 28th.
It's you can sure tell the difference, buddy, without her not being on here. I mean, pay wise, it man, it's dropped big time, and I'm doing a lot more sitting, and it's crazy.
You got to take a 10-hour break. Those wheels would normally be rolling during that time, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's starting to spoil the hell out of me, but oh well, what am I going to do, So, but anyhow, Steve, I just want to call in and say hi to everybody, and I hope everybody's doing well, and you and the princess and all them, and anyhow, I'll get off here and let somebody else get in, and you guys just take care of yourself.
All right, you do the same, and all right, we'll be thinking about you. Prayers for Anita, June 28th. Sounds like fun, right? Or not. All right, we'll get a news break here, top of the hour. It's 844-844. 3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Actor and Uvalde, Texas native Matthew McConaughey met with President Joe Biden on Tuesday. He spoke about the school shooting, which killed 19 children and 2 adults, at a White House press briefing afterwards, saying people in power have failed to act when it comes to gun safety.
We heard from so many people, families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns.
The shooting in Uvalde is the 3rd most deadly school shooting in American history. The Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which bans transgender women from participating in women's sports, will now become law in Louisiana. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards took no action on the GOP-led bill by the end of the legislative session, allowing the bill to become law. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Customers who shopped at grocery retailer Meijer on Tuesday ran into problems using their debit cards for the 2nd time in the past month. Meijer, which has stores in Michigan and parts of the Midwest, said a processing error impacted Chase Bank, which caused the stores to accept only cash or credit payments. One credit union official spoke to WZZM about proactive measures everyone can take to protect their accounts.
Criminals are using the internet, sending out emails, putting fake logos in there. Consumers really need to pay attention to any email or text message that they get from their financial institution. And if it's asking for any information from them, delete it, contact the credit union directly.
At the end of May, some customers were charged double and triple the amount of their initial Meijer purchase. A migrant caravan with 10,000 foreign nationals is headed towards the U.S. southern border, and Vice President Kamala Harris appears to be ignoring the border crisis. On Tuesday, Harris announced a $50 million Central American youth program to get young people from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras paid community service opportunities on issues like climate action and violence prevention. And the son of General Hospital star Jack Wagner was found dead in an L.A. parking lot on Monday. Harrison Wagner was 27. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And once again, big shout out and congratulations, as Kyle Fisher says, to our man Justin Ziegler, winning the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge Championship last weekend. That makes back-to-back years. I think I mentioned it the other night, but he said, did I mention he killed it on the dyno? 3,336 horsepower. A big weekend there. Congratulations, Justin. A couple of other Hot Shot Secret notes to throw your way. Let's start off. It's time to get your truck right for summer. $3 off both the Everyday Diesel Treatment and the FR3 Friction Reducer at O'Reilly's Auto Parts nationwide. Plus, you earn double O Rewards points through June the 28th. It's a couple weeks left on that. Right now at Tractor Supply stores, you can save $3 on the 2-quart Diesel Extreme. That goes through June the 26th. Right now at Pilot Flying J locations, you purchase 2 Diesel Extreme, 2 quarts, and you'll receive $10 in Pilot Rewards. That runs through June 30th. Right now at Love's Travel Centers, buy 2 Stiction Eliminator 2-quart bottles, get $20 in My Love's Rewards. That also runs through the end of June. And, of course, Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. And keep in mind, a 16-ounce bottle will treat 400 gallons of diesel fuel. And with the fuel savings, it pays for itself and actually puts more money back in your pocket. So pick up an Everyday Diesel Treatment at TA and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. All right. I mentioned concerns about potential flooding. A late season, what they call atmospheric river, is taking aim at the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia, Canada. In the coming days, much of western Washington and southwestern British Columbia can't seem to get a break from winter's grip as storms continue to roll in from the Pacific Ocean. Many locations had 2 to 3 times their normal rainfall in the month of May, and most have already nearly fulfilled their entire monthly rainfall for the month of June in the first 2 weeks of the month. I mean, hell, it's only June the 8th. Storms over the northern Pacific typically don't frequent this region by this point in the season. But according to experts, more storms are kind of lining up and have the potential to produce what they call the fire hose effect, heavy rain on the northwestern U.S. and southwestern Canada later this week. These same areas were actually slammed by an even larger atmospheric river that triggered a deadly, disastrous flood back in November. Now, last spring, dry conditions help set the stage for all-time record heat in parts of the region. This spring, the ground is plenty moist. And in some areas, it's going to set the stage for a different problem. With the absence of moisture-laden storm systems during an average summer season, warmer air typically leads to a gradual meltdown of the snowpack at the intermediate elevations on the mountains there, between 4,000 and 8,000 feet. However, when storms with drenching rain continue into the first part of the summer, there's that potential for the existing snow cover to liquefy, leading to rapid runoff that could lead to dangerous, damaging flash flooding. So over the past several days, AccuWeather forecasters have been tracking an atmospheric river capable of causing just that issue. There's a series of potent storms and a plume of moisture that's covering thousands of miles of water east of Asia to just south of Alaska's Aleutian Islands right now. Now, that plume of warm, moist air and heavy rain is going to be taking aim at southwestern British Columbia and western Washington, primarily from Thursday to early Friday this week. That rain will arrive in multiple waves on into this upcoming weekend. It's the dose just prior to the end of the week that could bring some major problems in terms of rapid snowmelt and quick flooding of streams and rivers that flow through and out of the mountains down below. A general 1 to 2 inches of rain will fall near sea level, but 2 to 4 inches of rain, with local amounts approaching 6 inches, will be possible over the west-facing slopes of the mountains there. That amount of rain would not be enough to bring major flooding problems all by itself, but there's plenty of snow piled up in those mountains. Forecasters say the snowpack is currently being measured in yards at the intermediate and higher elevations in that region. So the concern is the temperature of the snowpack at the intermediate elevation is close to the freezing mark. It's ready to melt. Now, that snowpack has many inches of water locked up in it. When the heavy rain hits the snowpack that's on the verge of melting, you can see a rapid thaw, and that would have the effect of essentially doubling or maybe even tripling the actual rainfall numbers. There is the potential for some roads and neighborhoods to be inundated with rapidly rising water in this particular setup. In locations where flash flooding occurs at night, of course, the situation could become especially dangerous. We could be talking secondary roads and bridges washed out. Mud and other debris could block some roadways if you're going to be traveling through areas that are prone to flooding in the winter and spring during heavy rain events. You should anticipate problems. Be prepared to seek an alternate route later this week. All right, primarily big rain Thursday into Friday. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Let's see what's on Eagle's mind this morning. Hey there, Eagle. I think Eagle's taking a break, a.k.a. a snooze. All right, he'll wake up. He'll call us back. All right. Good morning, Eagle. All right, we lost horse feathers there. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. So it is hump day at tncradio.live, and this week that means another new show. Yeah, most listeners to this program are familiar with Shannon Currier. Now, she's done a remarkable job as the director of philanthropy for the St. Christopher Fund for several years now. The encore performance of her new Tuesday evening show comes your way via tncradio.live when we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. It has nothing to do with the St. Christopher Fund, though. Instead, Shannon takes on her other passion in life, all things Southern. She'll be talking about Southern people, Southern music, Southern food, nostalgia on the program, The Southern Route with Shannon Courier. Then it's Kathy and Shelley interviewing the sleep doctor this morning. The importance of a good night's sleep obviously is well known these days. The harder question is about how to get that all-important sleep, even when you're not in the best place for getting a solid 8 hours. Then finally, 7 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time, thoughts and coffee from our friends over at Let's Talk Supply Chain. Always entertaining as they kind of peel back the curtain to consider some of the major challenges we continue to face in the fragile feast or famine when it comes to today's logistics issues. All that via tncradio.live. All right. Rolling up on 18 past the hour. We jump back over. I saw some of our other friends were checking in. Happy Hump Day. There's GM, everybody, Hump Day. Heidi ho. All right. Country Bumpkin checking in from Jesse's to Billings, Montana with 59 degrees this morning. Jimmy Jammer's on board. There's the Southwest Wisconsin Milkman checking in. Actually working in the Buckeye this morning. All right. Safe travels out there, Milkman. Timothy, good morning. 68 degrees here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Actually had a chance to meet up with Gilligan tonight. All right. Well, speaking of which, Gilligan, he was next on board. Gilligan, morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Warm and dry in Martinsville, Virginia. We've got 69 degrees. All right, everybody, keep it shiny side up. Miss Millie chimed in following Eskimo Mom's call. Sounds like where I live, she says. I have to make sure when the yard is mowed, they have to mow around the mailbox and the address sign. Never know when somebody's going to need to find you. That's true. All right. Hello to Jacqueline or Sunshine this morning. Hello, Sunshine. Good to have you with us. There's Daniel. Daniel says, our economy's like a great big skyscraper. It's been kind of swaying back and forth for decades. It just keeps getting lower and lower to the ground, as does the president-invited administration is doing everything in their power, it appears, to destroy our economy. Yes, it is. And they've never been held accountable. They never will be. Will they be held accountable for what they're doing now? Hello to Mr. Q on board this morning. Let's see. Yes. Oh, I talked about Eldora. I-75 exit 92. Then you go west through Versailles on Ohio 47. Then on to Ohio 118. The track's north of there. Now, I've never been there, but for those that I know that have been there, it's kind of like it's really out in the middle of nowhere, right? Yeah, not only race traffic can slow you down, but Versailles Poultry Days is going on this weekend as well. So be aware. I think it's out there, like I said, in the middle of nowhere, like on a 2-lane road. So, yeah, pay attention. We'll get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, undoubtedly, we're all familiar with inflation. Yeah, dealing with 50-year high inflation. Yeah, we've all heard of stagflation. We don't want that. Here's a new one for you, shrinkflation. Shrinkflation. Yeah, it's not the first time it's happened, but not surprisingly. Yeah, notice how you used to get your half gallon of ice cream. Well, the containers started getting smaller and smaller, but you paid the same price. That's the manufacturer's way of not having to jack the price up. Yeah, they try to keep the price close to where it was, but you're getting less for the same amount of money. A number of companies making headlines downsizing their products. Shrinkflation again. Keeping up with the record levels of inflation not seen in 50 years. According to the Daily Mail, companies are taking steps to maintain their bottom line amidst the surging inflation, from toiletries to popular breakfast cereals to the leading brand of instant coffee. Charmin, Bounty, Gatorade, just a few that are feeling the effects of inflation. Chief amongst them, the stalwart of cereal, Honey Bunches of Oats. You may or may not have noticed the volume of their box has shrunk from 14.5 ounces now down to 12 ounces. That's a cut of nearly 17%, to translate to about 2 bowls of cereal. Another casualty in the war of inflation emerging this week, the instant coffee maker Folgers, cutting their container from 51 ounces of coffee grounds to 43.5 ounces. But they're saying you'll still be able to brew the same number of cups at 400. They explain some new bean processing technology allows them to keep the yield the same despite the drop in the container volume. We've employed a new roasting technology, they said, that makes the most out of every bean, resulting in lighter weight coffee grounds, but you'll get the same taste that you love. All right, well, that's good to know. According to the editor of consumerworld.org, things like that, downsizing comes in waves. And yes, it tends to happen during times of increased inflation. The bottom lines are being pinched, and there's 3 basic options. You can raise the price directly, you can take a little bit out of the product, or you can reformulate the product with cheaper ingredients. This is what happens when inflation, because companies that make those everyday products are also having to pay more for their raw materials, their production, and obviously their delivery costs. course, last month, the president said inflation is our top priority. I want every American to know I'm taking inflation very seriously. Top priority. Over the weekend, this past weekend, Larry Kudlow, the former economist under President Trump, kind of joked amidst the early telltale signs that inflation is running away. The Biden administration essentially is now, they're actually going on an inflation apology tour. We're sorry. This inflation forgiveness tour. Janet Yellen did one of those hostage video apologies on CNN the other day when she says, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I used to love America. Now I hate America. I used to ignore inflation. Now I acknowledge I was completely wrong. So now Kudlow says, Biden, after the jobs report, he wants to be real clear about the root cause of inflation. Of course, then he proceeds to blame Vladimir Putin, like everything else. It's all Putin's fault. Hey, is that the Michigan Madman? What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
How's the married life going there, Madman?
Good. Going good. I didn't think I'd ever get married again, but I don't know. I was single for like 25 years. And I always had the live-ins and stuff like that, but kind of time, I guess, here to settle down. We're doing really good.
So how's things going in the world of racing? You were banned there for a while. Has that expired yet? Are you back at it or still banned?
No, I got 2 more weeks to go. But this is but this week I got a nice short week. I just got out of work. I got to work tomorrow yet. Then I'm off the rest of the week, and then my son Travis is going to be racing at Kalamazoo Speedway Friday night. So that'll be his first race at Kalamazoo Speedway, and it's going to be pretty neat, pretty exciting to get a chance to watch him do what I had done for so many years.
So is that an asphalt track or is that a dirt track? What is that?
Yes, yep, it's asphalt.
Asphalt.
3/8 high bank asphalt track.
Okay.
And that's where the big rig trucks are going to be coming to race there too. So,
is that the fast racing series?
Yep. They'll be coming there this summer. Yep.
All right.
And they'll be coming there. Yeah. So, but no, so it's exciting. Get a chance to watch him, to race and everything and everything like that. So, but no, everything else is going good. I just wanted to call in, say hello. I haven't talked to you for a while.
Yeah, I see you chime in there. Facebook, YouTube, whichever it is you're on there. Always good to see you. At least you're out there listening.
Oh yeah. I'm listening just about every night. Sometimes on the Sunday nights, your Monday nights, I'm not. And I'm usually probably in bed, but no, I try to stay on here and listen to you and stuff just about every night. And then it'll be really nice, like I said, Thursday, and then Friday night when I get back from the races, I'll probably listen for a while. But you were saying something about Eldora. Boy, that's right out there in the middle of nowhere, but it is just so cool. That place, it is so much fun.
I always think I plan on getting up there every summer, but one year after another passes by, and I've still never been there. I got to get out there.
Yeah, you do. I mean, it's you and Steven and everybody. You would really enjoy it.
Yeah.
And, I wanted to get there for the King's Royal this year, but we got another big race we're going to up in Berlin on July 15th and 16th, and the ISMA Super Modifieds will be there. So we're going up there this year instead. And with the price of gas, pulling a camper and everything all the way down there to Eldora from up here in Michigan, oh, man. it take quite a bit.
Well, always appreciate you checking in there, Michigan Madman. Thank you very much, and have a great night. Enjoy those few days off. I pulled up the schedule for the Fast. That's the Big Rig Racing Series, Roundy Round Racing. They kicked off the season here a few weeks ago, May 21st, at the Motor Mile Speedway. Next race on the schedule 10 days from now. They'll be headed down to South Carolina, the Greenville Pickens Speedway, June the 18th. That's Easley, South Carolina. Then, as the Michigan Madman mentioned, Kalamazoo Speedway. Mark your calendars. That'll be July 30th. Kalamazoo Speedway. Then, let's see. It's a 5-race season. Race number 4, August 27, Lake Erie Speedway. They're in Northeast PA. And they wrap up the racing season, the Fast Racing Series, Rockingham Speedway, September 24th. They're in Rockingham, North Carolina. Big Rig Racing at its finest. Good times, right? All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed 9 bipartisan bills into law on Tuesday, all connected to improving health care for military veterans.
It's a sacred obligation because veterans are the backbone, the spine of who we are as a country.
Among the efforts is an expansion of access and improvement of cancer screening and treatments for military vets. The school district police chief criticized for waiting too long before ordering law enforcement to confront and kill the gunman at a Uvalde, Texas elementary school was MIA at a city council meeting on Tuesday. Pete Arredondo was newly elected to the panel. Mayor Don McLaughlin said he was unable to explain the absence and expressed his frustration with reporters about the lack of information. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
One of the industry headlines from Landline earlier this week. Yeah, the parking situation, right? Parking or the lack thereof, depending on where you're going to be. I don't know. I think I could nominate this group maybe for Dumbass of the Week. Because they say, as many drivers can attest, finding a safe place to park can often take more time than you'd like. Could the answer be as simple as planning ahead? According to Brentwood, Tennessee-based advertising agency, Conversion Interactive Agency. Well, that's a good place to start, they say. Plan ahead, okay. Recent survey released by a couple of companies asking truck drivers a variety of questions regarding parking, recruiting, retention, other things. With more than 1,200 drivers responding to the survey, among the questions drivers were asked, how long does it normally take to find a place to park? Over half of those drivers, 54%, said, 30 minutes or less. 31% said probably 15 minutes or less. Doesn't sound too bad. But the vice president of operations for PDA said, well, you could avoid longer wait times by planning ahead. I'm thinking, okay, well, if I'm going on vacation, yeah, you plan ahead. Yeah, you book a hotel. You know where you're going to be staying, right? You're going to have you can't do that. There are options for making reserved parking, but you're going to pay for the reserved parking. I've heard it all before, according to one owner-operator, Tom Crowley, who said, this puts drivers at a disadvantage, being forced to cut their available hours because you're going to lose driving time looking for a place to park. I've heard it before, and I don't care for it because as a driver, you're paid by the mile in most cases. You got to get miles to make money. So you're going to drive, obviously, as close to your 11 hours as you can. Drivers understandably look to maximize their available working hours, planning routes that'll take them near the end of their 11 hours. But far too often, they're met with an absence of parking when they reach their destination. Even drivers that plan ahead can feel the pinch when it comes to truck parking. Did I not plan? No, I planned on getting there before my 11 hours were up. I got there, but now what? There's no place to park. Is that because I didn't plan enough? Or is it because I didn't start looking for a spot after maybe 9 hours or 10 hours? There's another flaw in this plan better theory. Many drivers, despite careful planning, can still be met with some issues. Part of the problem, it's just unpredictability. I've heard that for years, if you just plan better. Well, there's no way for me to see what's 600 miles away from me. You don't know what's going to be there when you get to said destination. But all right, throwing that your way from our industry headlines. Back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Country Bumpkin, we lost you there. Let's see, who we got on the line?
Doug.
Hey, Doug, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Steve. Enjoy your show very much. Was wondering what you could dig up on whether freight is slowing down. If there's less loads available, if you've heard anything, what do you think?
I can't really, I haven't, nothing jumps out. I haven't seen anything per industry headlines or anything like that. So honestly, I can't say for sure.
I'm hearing a few things from a few drivers that their companies are saying things are starting to slow down a little.
Yeah.
Loads aren't coming quite as fast as they had before. I just didn't know if you had heard anything.
I'll do a quick search, see what I can find, but I haven't really heard from drivers saying things are slow right now.
Okay. Well, thanks, Steve. You have a good night.
Thank you very much, Doug. Appreciate you checking in, and thanks for being a listener out there. See a couple of quick headlines that pop up here. Let's see. From the maritime side, strong container market slowing in the face of uncertainties. That was from just this past day. After 2 years of record results, driven by a surge in volumes, capacity constraints, port delays, the container shipping industry appears to be slowing down. Okay, so that's one. From logistics management here a couple weeks ago, is the booming market for trucking services, truckload and less than truckload, finally slowing down after an unprecedented 2 years of demand following the COVID lockdowns. To read the headlines from the financial press, you might say the answer is yes, but you talk to the top trucking executives, and you probably get a different answer. Trucking executives, top executives, say the fear of an economic slowdown is greater than an actual drop-off in freight volumes. As we know, trucking traditionally a leading economic indicator of any indication of a recession. Now, if you believe the headlines we read from the investment community, you would think so. According to the president of Pitt, Ohio, the nation's 15th largest LTL carrier, but he said, at this point, we're not seeing that. Our customers continue to be busy for the most part. The industry still has some major issues getting new equipment and drivers, but freight volumes are at still pretty much historic levels, growing a bit slower than last year. We went from having an extremely strong economy in 21 to a less strong economy this year. All right, exaggeration may have begun in mid-April with the headline from the Wall Street Journal that said, the trucking boom hits the brakes. Noting the inevitable drop in spot trucking rates after 2 years of sky-high prices, but in actuality, trucking services are sold under contract rates with large national accounts. About 3/4 of those national accounts move under contract rates. Now, those are less volatile than the spot rates, which are continuing to hold up pretty well at renewal times, according to trucking executives. All right, they spoke to J.B. Hunt. They spoke to Knight Swift Transportation, ArcBest. It's a couple of the headlines. What I'm seeing at this point. Maybe you know more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Someone brought up on the program last evening, even in San Francisco, people are kind of getting fed up with the increased crime rates. And indeed, this past day, there was a recall, the voters recalling a district attorney there due to the rising crime rates. San Francisco District Attorney Chase Abudin cost him his job. It's a growing issue nationally. Residents voting overwhelming to recall him. He won election in 2019 by pledging criminal justice reform. But now the critics say his policies, including efforts to end mass incarceration, prosecuting the police, are contributing to more and more crime on the streets. So it looks like the San Francisco mayor will now have to name a new district attorney with apparently a special election to come. What else did we see? Primary. It was another primary election. I think we had 7 states yesterday. A couple of high-profile races there in California. And again, as we mentioned, the district attorney recall. Mayor's race in Los Angeles is going to head to a runoff. Couple of things that may signal some trouble for the Democrats in the November general elections. Voters hit the polls, primary elections. Yeah, not just California, what we had, Iowa, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota this past day. They do say, unlike the primaries in Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, former President Trump's shadow didn't loom particularly large. All right, so they break down a couple of other, what do we have? Anything interesting? Governor Gavin Newsom, he topped all of his rivals in the primary. So he moves to the general election against a little-known Republican, Brian Dahle. I guess Dahle probably stands no chance against him, right? Runoff election with the incumbent Newsom. Yeah, of course, California, it's the Democrat state, right? Yeah, well, we have South Dakota. The lone congressman, Representative Dusty Johnson, defeating State Representative Taffy Howard, who falsely believes there was widespread fraud in the 2020 election. Johnson voted to certify the 2020 election results and to create the independent commission to investigate January the 6th. All right, so Johnson leads Howard overwhelmingly, like 60+% to 39%. There you go. Meanwhile, we get back to Country Bumpkin jumps back on board. Hello, Country Bumpkin. What's happening?
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Yeah, I'm out here on I-94 in between Billings and Miles City, Montana, headed home. I left on Memorial Day, went up to the Pacific Northwest, about 125 miles northwest of Spokane to see my daughter and grandkids.
So how'd that trip go? Have a good time?
Oh, yeah. Well, she just had my grandson there January 29th, so that's the first time I got to see him.
Wow.
It's not easy to get out there, but I've been, man, the price of gas. I figure I'm going to have $2,000 in gas in this pickup truck.
Wow.
Going out and back. I could have flown cheaper, but I had some things that the government don't need to know about, and I wanted my daughter to have. So jumped in the pickup truck and went for a ride.
I get you.
Too, those hot shot secret bottles, those nozzles that are on the 2.5 gallon death jugs will fit those hot shot secret bottles.
You say it will fit?
Yes.
Yes,
it will.
Okay.
They'll go right. Yeah, they'll screw right on there. They'll fit an antifreeze jug and some oil containers also. So they're kind of handy when you're going to put it in your vehicle.
All right.
So I started driving about 11 o'clock this afternoon, and I'm still out here driving. So
oh boy, a long day, a lot of hours on the road, huh?
That ain't nothing I ain't used to. I'm just glad I don't have an ELD in here. That's all I know.
Yeah, right. Seeing as in your personal vehicle, you don't have to worry about a 10-hour break till you're ready for one, right?
That's it, brother. All right. You have a good night, sir.
Thanks for chiming back in.
God bless everybody. You bet.
Thank you for listening in. Thanks for being a part of the program. Safe travels out there. All right. What else we got? This past day, Schneider announced they've acquired a Wisconsin-based trucking company. Yeah, Schneider announced they've acquired DeBoer Transportation, headquartered in Blenker, Wisconsin. Financial terms not disclosed. As part of the acquisition, Schneider, it says, will assume ownership of DeBoer's approximately 160 tractors and 660 trailers. The Blenker, Wisconsin headquarters and a maintenance shop near Dallas, Texas, not included in the sale, apparently. The Arizona Department of Transportation announcing heavy trucks will be restricted to the right lane only along a 20-mile stretch of I-10. Announcement this past day said they've installed signs along that stretch of I-10 between Phoenix and Casa Grande restricting truck traffic to the right lane only. They're calling this an interim safety measure that will remain in place until an improvement project kicks off to widen this particular segment of I-10. The first stage of the construction project begins sometime next year. It could be completed as early as 2026. That's not a short-term change. So the 20-mile restriction takes place on the final two-lane stretch of I-10, again, between Phoenix and Tucson, that has yet to be widened into 3 lanes in each direction. We've got safety concerns due to heavy traffic flow and truck traffic. The right lane restriction for the heavy truck traffic is intended to help reduce crashes along with the resulting delays and closures that come with those accidents. Anyway, based on data from the area where the signs are being posted, heavy vehicles were involved in about 20% of the crashes, 15% of rear end and side swipe crashes there. I guess so. If you've got the right lane restriction along that stretch, 20-mile stretch, that kind of brings an end to the turtle races. Is that what I'm seeing? Which, in my mind, would translate to those turtle races lead to more accidents. What do you say? Let's govern all the trucks. That's a point to ponder. All right, always moving. You got to check back in. Eagle looks like he's back on board. Hey, Mike, what day is it anyway? Let's get a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-4800. 1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Actor and Uvalde, Texas native Matthew McConaughey met with President Joe Biden on Tuesday. He spoke about the school shooting, which killed 19 children and 2 adults, at a White House press briefing afterwards, saying people in power have failed to act when it comes to gun safety.
We heard from so many people. Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns.
The shooting in Uvalde is the 3rd most deadly school shooting in American history. The Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which bans transgender women from participating in women's sports, will now become law in Louisiana. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards took no action on the GOP-led bill by the end of the legislative session, allowing the bill to become law. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Customers who shopped at grocery retailer Meijer on Tuesday ran into problems using their debit cards for the 2nd time in the past month. Meijer, which has stores in Michigan and parts of the Midwest, said a processing error impacted Chase Bank, which caused the stores to accept only cash or credit payments. One credit union official spoke to WZZM about proactive measures everyone can take to protect their accounts.
Criminals are using the internet, sending out emails, putting fake logos in there. Consumers really need to pay attention to any email or text message that they get from their financial institution. And if it's asking for any information from them, delete it, contact the credit union directly.
At the end of May, some customers were charged double and triple the amount of their initial Meijer purchase. A migrant caravan with 10,000 foreign nationals is headed towards the U.S. southern border, and Vice President Kamala Harris appears to be ignoring the border crisis. On Tuesday, Harris announced a $50 million Central American youth program to get young people from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras paid community service opportunities on issues like climate action and violence prevention. And the son of General Hospital star Jack Wagner was found dead in an L.A. parking lot on Monday. Harrison Wagner was 27. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, we're back. Hope your week's going well. Hey, Mike, hump day coming on. Our number, 844-844-3388. Come across an interesting story from Fox Business this past day out of the Dallas area. It says a number of a network of nearly 3 dozen Sam's Clubs in the Dallas area will start getting deliveries from self-driving trucks 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. According to the autonomous technology startup Gatik this past day, by replacing traditional tractor trailers with autonomous box trucks, our solution will establish a more responsive, flexible logistics network, increasing the cadence of delivery runs and the flow of goods while reducing logistics costs and enabling near real-time inventory fulfillment. So according to the report, these autonomous trucks will be delivering Georgia Pacific goods, paper towels, napkins, tableware. They'll be using what they call known repeatable routes, using technology that's built for urban, semi-urban, and highway environments. Sam's Club's parent company, Walmart, has already started using these autonomous trucks to make deliveries between fulfillment centers and a neighborhood market retail store there in Bentonville, Arkansas. It came. Autonomous technology. Uber and Alphabet's Waymo, two of the tech giants that actually battled it out in the courts over autonomous technology, also announced a partnership this week to deploy autonomous trucks at scale on the Uber freight network. Modern technology. All right, we'll get back to the phones here at 844-844-3388. Hey, what a pleasure. Always moving. Twice in one evening.
Oh, I will be nicer this time. I want to apologize if I burst your eardrums or upset anyone with my loud voice. I actually was practicing ahead of time to try to make sure I said it right. And then when I opened my mouth, it just came out with my anger and frustration. And I am sorry for that.
Well, that was that was rightfully so. Do something.
It's true. And, you know, I was thinking, listening to the news, and I had heard about another caravan of 10,000 people, illegal aliens coming up here. And I thought they just don't care, because if they were in tanks and, armored tanks, would they care anymore?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No. And I think that's absolutely disgusting. And then when they say that, well, Harris wants to take all of our tax money, a big chunk of our tax money, and put towards helping them and giving them all these resources and stuff. And again, and for the youth and blah, blah, blah. No. That's our money. That's to go to our people, not there. And not for other people who come here illegally. It boggles my brain. I don't know what they are thinking, I don't get it. It's, you take care of your home first. And I can see this is the biggest catastrophe that I think the U.S. has faced in years. Having these two in office with the progressives. I think it's absolutely disgusting what they are doing to our country. So on a different note, to try to rein myself in, I did read this evening where Dan Seals passed away, of Seals and Croft.
I didn't see that.
The music. Yeah. And Diamond Girl, Summer Breeze, Hummingbird, The Boy Down the Road. I mean, just so many great songs. And in reading about him, I didn't realize that his brother was England Dan, of England Dan, John Ford Coley, or whatever that. Yeah, all of that. That was his older brother. And I think they said older brother. And they were talking about the history of where all he had been. But I also didn't realize that Seals and Crofts really were only out there for 6 years, and that they never had a number one hit, which I really thought Summer Breeze and Diamond Girl and Hummingbird were number one hits, but they made it to the top 10, but they were not number one hits. But before your show came on, I was pulling up Seals and Crofts songs and listening to all of them. And boy, I was 16 and 17 all over again and enjoying the heck out of it.
Yeah.
And I remember, I mean, it's amazing how music will evoke that to bring you back to where you were at that time that music was popular. So I did want to mention that. But that's all I have for now, and I hope everyone has a nice evening, and I hope everyone will get rid of all of the demos that are in there in office, get rid of the bad Republicans. I mean, there really has to be some change, and I mean true change that is for the good of the country, not for a party, but for the good of the country, and the country meaning us, the people. Not for a political party, but for us, the people, our homeland, where we live, where we work, where we pray, where we educate. There needs to be honest to goodness change, that it's in our benefit and not for outside sources and not for political gain individually or by a party affiliation. And I hope that people will remember that as they go forward, and I hope that transcends into, you know what, at this point, if they wanted to take pitchforks and torches to the White House, at this point, I would be in favor of that to try to get them out of there, because they are literally destroying everything around us. And I can't support that in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know, maybe now the Secret Service will come and find me. Who knows? But you have a wonderful night, and best wishes to everybody out there. Stay safe and all that good stuff. And we will talk to you later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you again. All right. Do something. Speaking of the southern border there, after all this time, and the reality the reality check that the COVID vaccines ultimately were not the end-all, save-all that it was touted to be. The only way we're going to end the pandemic, recall, is for everyone to get vaccinated. And it turns out the vaccine doesn't prevent you from catching or prevent you from passing on COVID. The whole story. But we still now have potentially thousands of Border Patrol agents that have refused to take that vaccine, are facing possible dismissal in the coming days by the Biden administration. According to the Washington Examiner, data from Customs and Border Protection reveals almost 4,000 of the 21,000 total Border Patrol agents were still unvaccinated as of late November, just weeks after the government mandated all employees disclose their status. This was part of the deal where Biden ordered all federal workers to be fully vaccinated. It has been challenged in the courts. It was put on hold by a court in January, but another court reversed that. And I don't recall even seeing about that in April. So that bar is now lifted, and the federal agencies are now clear to proceed with whatever disciplinary action that we're going to move with respect to the unvaccinated. Oh boy. According to the Examiner, the administration is awaiting one more court decision. That decision could come as early as late this week, that could clear the way for government agencies to start penalizing those that are still unvaccinated. One agent tells the Examiner, quote, "You're going to try to tell me that after I've been doing this job for 2 years now in the field, that I'm somehow a danger. I'm the danger. Yet not the fact that almost every single day you have at least one, maybe four COVID positive kids coming through here. Meanwhile, Representative Mike Johnson has introduced a bill to try to protect the service members seeking religious exemptions from the COVID-19 mandate. Under his bill, service members who are involuntarily discharged based on their vaccine status would have their status designated as honorably discharged. And it would also permit them to seek reinstatement and allow them to obtain retirement and benefits. But after all this time, still dealing with this crazy COVID vaccine stuff. But I digress. All right, back to your calls in 2 here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, where did we leave off there? Let me see. Trying to figure, does this math add up? Someone shared yesterday, if you make $15 an hour, you bring home on average $9 an hour after taxes and insurance. Most people work 40 hours a week, okay. And according to the Department of Energy, Americans purchase 40 gallons of gas a week. That sounds a little exaggerated. I don't know. Now, always moving obviously would with her commute. But if that would be the case, that means after you pay for gas each week, you're bringing home $4 an hour. Anyone that makes minimum wage is only paying for gas. That's it. And when everyone voted for Biden because he promised wages of $15 an hour, did you think things like this, like gas, would stay at $2 per gallon? You're now making less money today than you did 2 years ago, and if you make minimum wage, in another few weeks, you'll actually start to pay to go to work. Congratulations to our uneducated vote, which has lowered your household net income. All right, if indeed you purchased 40 gallons of gas in a week. Now, for some, that would be the case. But for the overwhelming majority, nah. But let's get back to the calls here, see if Eagle woke up. Morning, Eagle. Hello, Eagle. I hear him breathing. He ain't snoring. I guess he is. Hey, you're 2 for 2 now. Let's try to make it a trifecta. Maybe he actually needs some rest. What do you say? Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, maybe you should go for the hat trick there, right?
There you
do
go.
The hockey deal there, you go for the hat trick. But anybody ever suggested that he might want to be checked out for sleep apnea?
I think several have maybe mentioned that. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't be put on the air that way there. Maybe that's not good for the industry there, having that going on. Maybe we should listen longer, see if it sounds like he stops breathing there while he's doing that. But anyways, I guess we got to do, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Believe it or not, it's Hump Day. How about that?
Nah, I'm glad you were reminding me there at the beginning of the show there, because I kind of forgot there, because I got started about 7 o'clock last night there, so it was still, I was still on Tuesday. I hadn't even thought about it going into Hump Day, so that's the way it goes there. So we'll get through the 16-hour day somehow here.
Wow, so that was that an earlier than usual start there?
Yeah. Usually I started at 11, sometimes midnight there on the Eastern time, and as I say, I had extra to do, and I got done a little early yesterday morning, so I was able to start early, and so, but anyways, we can find our way through the fog here this morning in Maryland after all the rain we had yesterday afternoon. It's nice, got the humidity and the atmospheric changes and everything we got going on. We got some good ground level fog going on this morning. Sometimes it's not too bad, and sometimes it goes away, and other times you're sticking your hand out there and you feel like blind man there. Right? You're just kind of going down the road on the Braille method, you kind of look for the rumble strip on the right side and hope there's a rumble strip in the middle, and maybe be able to figure out about where you're at there at some point. But as long as you don't feel anything go bump, I guess you're all right there. As long as you don't have go bump in the night, right? Isn't there a book about that? Isn't there a book about that? Something about bump in the night or something? I think there's a kid's book or something about that. I don't know. Somebody smarter than me, like Always Moon, would probably have an idea on that. I think it was Things That Go Bump in the Night. That might be it. Things That Go Bump in the Night.
That sounds right.
But, yep. So anyways there, I don't know. I was kind of sitting back here thinking about things, and you talk about things that been going on before in the news and stuff. Whatever happened to the Hunter Biden deal there with the laptop? All that came back to light there, and the news all hot and heavy, and all of a sudden that switch got shut off again. Where'd all that Hunter Biden stuff go? Did they solve that mystery yet?
I guess we've just brushed it under the rug. Is that the way it works? Just out of sight, out of mind. Please stop bringing that up. Forget about Hunter Biden.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. So anyways, but I don't know there. So, you were talking about egg prices there. You think we'll be paying $1 a piece for an egg?
You imagine that?
So, yeah, and that's just at the grocery store price. Imagine when you go to, in a restaurant, heck, back when gas was $1.50, $2 a gallon, you go and get yourself a order of, bacon, eggs, and toast and stuff there, hash browns there, like your Cracker Barrel or something, and you wanted to add an extra egg, they charge you 75 or 80 cents for an egg to get an extra one if you wanted to add one more egg to your plate. So imagine what that's going to be now. Is it going to be $2-3 to get one additional egg there in your meal if you want? But anyways, now I saw they they were all talking about fuel prices and everything on the TV and how everything was going up and up. So I don't know. You touched pretty good on that $15 an hour wage deal there, and I guess everybody that didn't like the previous president there because he was first rate number one a-hole. Yeah, and I'll agree to that. I would agree. That was my opinion of him. But guess what? He was pretty smart on business and how to make things run and be profitable and bring business to our country and get fixed trade deals so that it benefited our country and we had manufacturing coming back here instead of what were we talking the other night? We were talking
jobs
John
leaving.
Deere and Ford and
Yep.
all just packing up. I don't think there's a U-Haul truck left there. I think they got them all tied up there, so you can't even. If you had to move out of your own house, I don't think you could find a vehicle to do it with. But anyways, there. So I don't know. What else we got going on? Anything good going on? Anything else? How are the Reds doing? Maybe we should find out about that. How are the Reds doing? Are they improving at all now?
They're still last. They're still last in the division. That's all I know. 24 hours ago, I believe they were 13 games back in the division.
Okay. Yeah, I had somebody there going into Baltimore I was talking to last night there and said that, we got to go downtown. We heard something about a game going on and things might be messed up in the cities. I said, what do you know about it? I said, don't know nothing about it because, tell you the truth, our local news station they don't even really talk about it. They make a little mention in this little sports bit there, but if you miss that, there isn't any mention, when games are being played or anything. It's kind of like the whole NASCAR deal. They kind of just kind of don't even pay any attention to it. So anyways there, but yeah, I was kind of wondering when you got talking about Eldora there, because I remember last year they did that double race there because of COVID the year before, and trying to remember what that double was about, and then you kind of explained that good there, so I appreciate that. And hey, you talk about the shot, the COVID shot, and the booster. We're jumping all over the place here, as you see, because I don't know, just little thoughts in and out here. So anyways, this past year, every year I go to see the cardiologist and that because I got to have an annual checkup with him so that we know what's going on. And so a year ago there, when I went there, he said, you gotten the vaccination? I said, yeah. I decided to do the Pfizer one there and did the 2 shots and that. And he says, oh, that's good. So I go back this spring there, and he never even asked me if I got a booster. Didn't even come across in any of the conversation there. Didn't even bring it up. So I didn't have to tell him that I didn't. And I don't know. I probably would have told him it was none of his business, but I don't know. Haven't figured that out. And now looking at fuel stations, they're talking about gas and stuff. I'm trying to figure out, now last night I told you there that Pennsylvania is supposed to have the highest fuel tax in the nation, right? Isn't that what we decided that when the last time they raised tax rates there in Pennsylvania, that made them the highest tax? So if you pay your IFTA tax and whatever, if you buy fuel in Pennsylvania, you actually do better there if you run miles in other states.
Right.
And you get your money back and all that. So my convenience store here, right there around the house now, my gasoline, regular gasoline, is $4.99 a gallon. And Pennsylvania taxes, I don't know, 25, 30 cents a gallon higher than Maryland. How come the convenience store I go by in Maryland, gas up there is $4.89 a gallon? It's $4.99 a gallon in Maryland and $4.89 a gallon in Pennsylvania. How does that work, Your Honor? Is there gouging going on there somewhere? Because transportation isn't that much different, and normally Pennsylvania gas is 25, 30 cents a gallon higher than Maryland. Now how come all of a sudden we get to the $5 mark, Pennsylvania gas is 10 cents a gallon cheaper? How does that work? I don't know. Just asking.
Things that make you go,
There you go.
Maybe
So
it's like
not-
that. Maybe it's like that one owner there, and we were talking about last night there in California, where what was she charging, $9.60 a gallon because she's got to pay her bill in 30 days. So.
Yeah, well, these aren't independent stations. These are one independent
brand?
station owner.
Okay.
This is a chain. This is the big convenience store chains, and I mean they service a lot of fuel for both areas. The one up in Pennsylvania services a big area, and the one down here in Maryland services a big area. So it's not like it's and it's just one little station that's trying to make a killing or just trying to survive with the prices fluctuating so bad. But yeah, it's I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how these things work because I guess it's time for me to call them back up because I got the number to the tax lady at this one place there, and I really bent her ear one day. And I guess I'll have to call her back up and bend her ear again. Not that it'll accomplish anything.
No,
but
give us a
me
full
better.
report. I just, I can't fathom how the prices continue to go up as fast as they are because we went from an average of $4.79 a gallon here locally. Here last week, it jumped to $4.79. Now we're up another 30 cents in just the past few days. But I guess that's the reason the national average is going up a nickel and 7 cents every single day. We'll get our bottom of the hour news break in here. More to come at 844-844-3388. On a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Actor Matthew McConaughey gave an impassioned speech at a White House press briefing Tuesday, saying people in power have failed to act when it comes to gun safety. The 52-year-old Uvalde, Texas native spoke after a private meeting with President Joe Biden regarding the recent school shooting in his hometown.
We need responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them.
The shooting in Uvalde, Texas, killed 19 children and 2 adults. Also from the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announced 2 more press team departures on Tuesday. It comes after multiple reports of inner turmoil at the White House. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So according to the Homeland Security Department this past day, they're pretty much prepping the American people for much more violence. Now, they're calling it a nationwide terrorism threat advisory. All right, so we've seen a series of mass shooting incidents. All right. The leaked draft of the Supreme Court decision, which it sounds like that decision is going to be forthcoming here within, is it the next week or two, I think? Confirming the leaked draft. Yeah, will it be what the leaked draft said, or will things have changed? I think most have pretty much come to the idea that they're going to essentially overturn the federal Roe versus Wade. It's going to go back to the states, but according to the Homeland Security Department, and I quote, "In the coming months, we expect the threat environment to become more dynamic as several high-profile events could be exploited to justify acts of violence against a range of possible targets. These targets could include public gatherings, faith-based institutions, churches in other words, schools, racial and religious minorities, government facilities and personnel, U.S. critical infrastructure, the media, and perceived ideological opponents." threat actors have recently mobilized to violence due to factors like personal grievances, reactions to current events, adherence to violent extremist ideologies, including racially or ethnically motivated or anti-government, anti-authority violent extremism. Then you've got foreign adversaries, including terrorist organizations and nation-state adversaries that also remain intent on exploiting the threat environment to promote or inspire violence, sow discord, or undermine democratic institutions in this country. I guess they went on to cite some more specific reasons for concern. The shooting on the subway in New York, the shooting at a Taiwanese church in California, the shooting at the grocery store in Buffalo, the elementary school shooting, obviously, in Uvalde. They said individuals in online forums that routinely promulgate domestic violence, extremist, and conspiracy theory-related content have actually praised some of these violent acts. Now, they're encouraging copycat attacks. They specifically pointed out the Uvalde shooting, the school shooting. Others have seized on the event to spread disinformation, to incite grievances, including claims it was a government-staged event meant to advance gun control measures. Yeah, I remember Sandy Hook being, who was it? It was Alex Jones. He was one that was kind of pushing the narrative that that was an actual staged event. Hadn't heard anyone suggesting that the Uvalde shooting was any sort of a staged government event. Yes, they do capitalize on any of these things to push their gun control measures, which that's going on right now, but no, not a staged event. But all right, so says the statement from the Department of Homeland Security this past day. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let's head down to Florida. Philip, guess we're off to work we go this morning. Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, happy Hump Day. Hey, that's a word, or I should say a series of words I haven't heard in a long time, staged events.
Yeah.
Steve, remember when that was trouted with Oklahoma City, that was trouted with 9/11, and the other side of the deal, you know, a lot of people said that for years. I think a lot of problems we've got now is everybody's freaking out with all the prices going up on everything, and it's just that's what's happening. The more it goes up, the more people are going to get wild in what they do. So it is what it is. What do you think?
I don't know. People that find themselves in dire situations will do some crazy things, and
they will. People will do crazy acts. I mean, and yesterday I talked about two kids and a gun, and I got an update on one of those. The 10-year-old that actually, the mother that got in a fight with her neighbor, and the 10-year-old shot the neighbor, that 10-year-old is now going to be charged with second-degree murder. And that's a hard one to swallow there, a 10-year-old. So they decided to do it yesterday. It was on the news all over the place up here.
I did see. I think the other one was the mother that's now being charged with manslaughter after the 2-year-old shot the dad and killed the dad. I did see that story this past day after you brought it up.
Yeah. They got them. They got them both the mothers on culpable negligence is what it is. Manslaughter with culpable negligence, and it's a shame. And not try to change the subject or anything, Steve, but did you hear that SpaceX canceled their flight to the space station?
No, what's the deal? What's going on?
Okay, so before they launch or anything, they pressurized the system on those rockets to make sure everything's cool before they did a fuel up on the rocket, and it didn't make it. So it had a leak in it, a valving leak. So now it's indefinitely held. They're not giving a date on when it's going to go, which is going to push some things back with the space station. Do you remember that one of the astronauts did an EVA, which is they go outside and repair things and whatnot, and they had a leak in their suit recently?
Yep.
Okay, so I guess they found some water inside this astronaut's helmet that was not supposed to be there, and they think it was caused from a leak. Well, that suit has to come back down here to be inspected to make sure, and they are not. And this rocket that was supposed to take off, the SpaceX rocket, was a supply cargo mission, and they were going to bring it back, and it was going to bring back that suit so they could inspect it. Well, now, because this rocket's canceled, so are all the vehicle outside activities are done. There will be no more EVAs unless it's emergency. That was put out yesterday by NASA. So, and then also I heard that Russia is actually going to have involvement with the ISS until 24, and then that'll be it. But they're doing as least as possible right now. They're saying that the ISS is way past its date and it needs to go, and that's the excuse they're giving for they're pulling back on the ISS stuff. I don't think so. I think it's just all because of what's going on with Ukraine and what's going on with us. And did you see? Did we fire some missiles at North China just as to show them that hey, we're here? Did you hear anything about that?
I saw that we were involved. Yeah, I think it had something to do with North Korea launching, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, North Korea. My bad, not China, Korea. Yeah, we fired some missiles at them to show them, hey, we'll fire back at you. I saw it. I didn't see that article. Did you see it?
Yeah, I'm trying to dig it back up. I did not. Yeah, I print that out, but I saw that yesterday or day before.
Yeah. But anyway, on a good note, North Korea, I should say, he congratulated the Queen on her thing. So good for him. So I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully everybody mends their fence with Knuckle Buster and see what happens, man. That got down pretty ugly on the radio. What I say, I hear the replays. Dude, you can't really talk about owner-operators like that. I'm sorry. I mean, my uncle was an owner-operator for 25 years. There's a lot of hard-working guys out there, Moose and Gouger and all those guys. They work really hard. A lot of instances, the owner-operators have covered. I was a company driver for 25 years. They could have covered our butts.
Yeah.
So, but that's pretty much all I got to say, bud. You have a good day, and thanks.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Thank you very much, Philip. Have a good day in the Sunshine State there. All right, so what are we looking at here? You got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388. Who else checking in? And we said hello to Mr. Q earlier there. There's the Rambler. Good morning, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in from Kenner, Louisiana, where it's partly cloudy, got a slight breeze this morning. I'll call in and say hello. All right, good to have you with us, Rambler. Hello to Billy. Morning, Mr. Sommers, and the Overnight Drive, folks. There you go. There's Norman on board this morning. Just talking about the vaccines, the Border Patrol. Yeah, so it's okay for the illegals to flood across the border unvaccinated, but we're still actually talking about potentially dismissing as many as 4,000 Border Patrol agents for refusing the vaccine. That is correct. Let's see. Matt checking in. Paid $5.99 a gallon for diesel here in Monroe, Ohio. I'm headed to Cleveland. Stay safe out there and vote red, for God's sake. Yeah, right? Oh, we can only hope and pray that red wave is a red tsunami here in a couple months. Can't get here quick enough. And we'll be back in 2. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, Chris, dominating headlines last weekend. A number of shootings around the country. One of the big headlines was Philadelphia. And of course, you had a shooting in the Chattanooga area. I said most of these were probably something gang violence, something of that nature. You can get kind of the rest of the story, at least kind of filling in some of the blanks. Where 2 were actually arrested yesterday in connection with the shooting in Philadelphia. That's where 3 were killed, 11 others injured. Rashawn Vereen, now charged with attempted murder and aggravated assault. Coran Garner, also charged with aggravated assault and assault on law enforcement officers. The first shot in the melee was apparently fired by Gregory Jackson, 34 years old, and critically wounded another man. The second gunman managed to return fire, with the 2 exchanging 17 rounds, during which Jackson was killed, first guy to pull the trigger. The other 2 fatalities were just innocent bystanders, a 22 and a 27-year-old. Jackson and the second gunman were licensed to carry firearms. The second shooter was not charged, because police say he actually acted in self-defense. The DA's office said several of those connected to the shooting are apparently part of a local boxing scene. The district attorney said at least 4 weapons were involved. 3 were 9mm and 1 40 cal firearm. Possible more guns were involved, but the DA described the scene as chilling. No less chilling in that it happened in more than 10 places around the country in the space of a few days. Now, authorities say the officer who shot his weapon was placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of this investigation. All right, so there you go. The Philadelphia Police Commissioner called it a dark day for the city. People out enjoying a beautiful day becoming victims of horrendous, unthinkable acts in very popular local tourist hangout areas. All right. Let's get back to the phones here. See what's going on with Chevy Guy. Happy Hump Day. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, what day is it? What day is it? And it's Chevy Guy. Hey, I think we're misreading this stuff. Now we need to cut this. Our vice president obviously would look really. I wish she would show up more often wearing a bikini, because that way at least half the country, when she was talking, would be saying that's nice. Oh, that's nice. It doesn't matter what she said. It would just be an enjoyable show. But I made the mistake to actually listen to what she's saying. And then I started doing some math, pulled off my boots, counted my toes, Well, she's going to spend, she don't want to go down to the border. I got that. So what she's doing is going down and spending money in their countries and making life better for their people in their countries. So fighting crime.
Well, the intent, they make it sound like the intent, in turn, by making things nicer for them there, they won't want to come here, right? They'll be happy to stay in their home country, but I don't believe that's true at all.
But just think, when they get to Chicago, they're hunkered down because scared to go out. There's dead people all over the street. How many was shot and killed they're up to 1,500 people dead in that city alone. And then they call down to Pablo, to their cousin down in South America, said, "Oh no, we haven't had any crime down here." Well, there you go. Then they go to find out. They try to drive to work. They find out that like you were saying, minimum wage, if they can find a job under the table, well, they got at the end of the week, their whole paycheck goes for the gas tank, and they have to borrow money to go back to work Monday. So when you think about it, and think about this, I've actually seen a clip that had Al Sharpton really turned against the White House. They're not doing anything for the black community. Well, that clip was at least 6 months ago. Can you imagine? I mean, you're a black woman with 3 kids. You're putting your babies to bed in the bathtub to protect them from the bullets in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping on the floor and trying to protect yourself. And you had 9 brothers. Unfortunately, they've been thinned out because of the situation. Now when she gets up in the morning and turns on her radio, I forget what it, WLS or whatever from up there in Chicago, and all of a sudden she finds out that we're spending that taxpayer money to make life better in South America. I'm just saying, their supporters have to be listening to this stuff. Their supporters are saying, where's all this money coming from to take care of these people? And how come they're not down here taking care of me? Because when I go to my waitress job, I still have to pay taxes. So they're spending my tax money, and I've got my kids sleeping in bathtubs. So, I'm being, silly about the intelligent, not the bikini part. Bikini part, but no, it's there's just a total lack of sanity. I mean, I think Glenn Beck said it a long time ago, about 3 years ago. He said, the way things are going, and especially when Trump was getting booted out and lied about. He was saying, "You will not recognize your country," and boy, that's the truth. You look around, and sanity just has suffered. Common sense has suffered, and defund the police, and there you go. That's what you get. So I'm just had to throw that out there. I mean, always moving is right. Yeah, that's our money, our tax money. But it's been obviously for 2 years the Democrats are extremely more interested in taking care of the illegal immigrants. And it's a thought too, and because I listened to some black stations and they're talking, they're pro Biden and all this stuff, anti-Trump. And, they're still very anti-Trump. But they're saying us white guys are worried about the browning of America. Well, I'm telling you, if you're in the black community, you're looking around and you're seeing the death toll in all our cities. Add up all these cities: Baltimore, Boston, Chicago, L.A. Who's dying in the streets? I mean, they need to worry about the tanning of America and abortion alone. I mean, when I go and I support pro-life, over 60% of the babies being murdered in that situation are babies of color.
Sad.
So, if I'm a racist, listen. If I was a racist, I would vote Democrat because they're getting racist results. White, Klan results in the Democrat Party. So, I just hope they wake up and. When they go down there to pump their big old Oldsmobiles and their big Chevy Caprices up on the big wheels, and they go to pump and they're putting $150 worth of gasoline in their car so they can, cruise up and down the road, they're going to think, maybe Trump wasn't bad.
There's going to be a whole lot less cruising the strip this summer. I think yes, for instance, you're cruising the strip there, Myrtle Beach and whatnot. It's too damn expensive to be cruising the streets. You got to walk the strip this summer. Hey, we got to get our top of the hour news update first, real quick. Watching these strong storms moving into western portions of Missouri. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-an-hour winds, torrential rains rolling along I-70 there in Missouri. You'll be slowing it down. We actually do have a tornado warning in effect for Ray and Lafayette counties. Radar indicated tornado about 7 miles southwest of Lexington, Missouri, moving east at like 50 miles per hour. So again, strong storms, possible tornadoes. Threat continues through the early morning hours. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Actor and Uvalde, Texas native Matthew McConaughey met with President Joe Biden on Tuesday. He spoke about the school shooting, which killed 19 children and 2 adults, at a White House press briefing afterwards, saying people in power have failed to act when it comes to gun safety.
We heard from so many people. Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns.
The shooting in Uvalde is the 3rd most deadly school shooting in American history. The Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which bans transgender women from participating in women's sports, will now become law in Louisiana. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards took no action on the GOP-led bill by the end of the legislative session, allowing the bill to become law. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Customers who shopped at grocery retailer Meijer on Tuesday ran into problems using their debit cards for the second time in the past month. Meijer, which has stores in Michigan and parts of the Midwest, said a processing error impacted Chase Bank, which caused the stores to accept only cash or credit payments. One credit union official spoke to WZZM about proactive measures everyone can take to protect their accounts.
Criminals are using the internet, sending out emails, putting fake logos in there. Consumers really need to pay attention to any email or text message that they get from their financial institution. And if it's asking for any information from them, delete it, contact the credit union directly.
At the end of May, some customers were charged double and triple the amount of their initial Meijer purchase. A migrant caravan with 10,000 foreign nationals is headed towards the U.S. southern border, and Vice President Kamala Harris appears to be ignoring the border crisis. On Tuesday, Harris announced a $50 million Central American Youth Program to get young people from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras paid community service opportunities on issues like climate action and violence prevention. And the son of General Hospital star Jack Wagner was found dead in an L.A. parking lot on Monday. Harrison Wagner was 27. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Welcome into a Wednesday hump day for our friends on the West Coast. And back at it here. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I think the term is a chameleon character, right? You order them off the road if they change the name of the company and go back into operations once again. Now, that was the case in Missouri, I believe it was. More on that from the industry headlines coming up here. Yeah, mountain climbing. It's a dangerous thing. One is dead. Several others injured. Separate incidents in Northern California's Mount Shasta on Monday of this week. What they're describing as very tough conditions. According to authorities, rescuers responded to 3 separate incidents on the mountain near the Oregon border over the course of several hours' time. The fatal incident involved 3 climbers a little before 9 a.m. around what they call Avalanche Gulch, which authorities described as a snowy glacier climb on the mountain. One climber was confirmed dead before rescue efforts could be performed. The second climber was in critical condition, while a third was recovering from injuries, including a broken ankle. Then they responded to a second incident around Avalanche Gulch a little after the noon hour, ultimately having to airlift one climber in critical condition. A 5th climber was rescued about 4 o'clock in the afternoon after suffering injuries on the mountain as well. According to the sheriff's office, the helicopter crew located her, airlifting her as well to a hospital. The sheriff's office later posted a climbing advisory, including an interview with another climber who described the conditions on the mountain. He used the term very tough. Apparently, a lot of people slipping and sliding due to a layer of water ice on top of the snowpack. Conditions that he said make it pretty much impossible to self-arrest as a skier. Of course, Mount Shasta is a potentially active volcano, one of the major peaks there in the Cascade Range, elevation of 14,179 feet. So, hey, let's get back to our callers this Wednesday morning. Scarecrow back on board. How's your week going, Scarecrow?
So far, so good, Steve. Whoa, we got something going on here. I'm sorry.
Need me to come back to you? You want to take care of business, as they say?
I see what's going on here now. Now there's a little tunnel up here on 894 Milwaukee. Somebody did a 180 here, and a couple of squad cars blocking my lane. But
Okay.
we got it out of the way there. First off, Steve, I want to apologize for dropping off the call list the way I do on occasion there. In particular when I know I'm about to be called up. To be hypocritical of myself to hang on the phone in a minute, either at the fuel desk or such. It really annoys me when I see individuals at a retail establishment, be it a grocery store or a hardware store, anywhere, they're hanging on the phone. That phone call is more important than their, the one-on-one transaction that they're dealing with the clerk there.
Yeah.
So when I do drop off, that's what's going on there, pal. I wanted to get in earlier. I wanted to get in ahead of Mike there. I thought you could ask him if he ever got that Dalmatian paint, scrubbed off of those Great Danes of his. I haven't had a chance to talk to him since his road trip down south there. Assuming that he used water soluble paint, that is.
Right.
Maybe he'll be able to fill us in later in the end of the program or such. Anyway, moving on here. Our children out there in California, they're now homeless. They moved on to motel lodging here. The moving van picked up the stuff that's going overseas. They picked that up yesterday. Stuff that's going into storage gets picked up tomorrow. So they're doing the motel thing till Saturday. Then they'll be heading up to Seattle now. Thinking back to Double R's call there, those three individuals, they'd probably be glad to chip into the fuel expense there, Triple R, if you want to drag your feet a little bit on your trip north to Washington yourself. They'd be glad to do that. I think my son said that rental car that they're using right now, I think he said that's about $1,500, Steve, between the daily and then the one-way mileage that it's going to cost them to drive up there. Their second car that's going to be going to Korea, they got a mobile detail service coming in tomorrow to clean that up.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Triple R or Double R might know something about that too. Apparently, a vehicle has to be all but spotless for international transfer and such. So either way, initially I thought, well, shucks, Junior there, you could maybe share in the driving time too and whatnot. And then it hit me, wait a minute, I don't think he's ever driven anything with more than four wheels on it. But it doesn't matter if he can, fly a spy plane with several $100 million worth of electronics on it. But you can't drive a large car. What do you think about
there
that?
You go.
Anyway, and for what it's worth there too, he managed to transfer the granddaughter's 4 fish 2,000 miles back here to Wisconsin in fine shape. Well, I looked in there last night. I know we're down to 2 fish. I know 2 of them got flushed away. And where the other 2 are, we don't know. We got 3 felines that roam around in the house, but I don't think they could reach into the bottom of that aquarium.
Yeah.
But, either way, I think Grandpa and Grandma are going to be shopping for some fish before that aquarium goes back to California in a couple years there. And then primarily for the call season, and this goes out to probably not so much listeners to this program, but I'm guessing they're more the steering wheel holders out there. The practice of parking on the side of literally on the highway. I don't think it's taking the break or whatever. But it's one thing to park, on a ramp or the run out area to a ramp or such, but they're parking, a foot from the solid line. The doggone mirror has to be, practically hanging in the traffic lane. And then on top of that, they don't bother turning their four ways on or such. Somebody drowsy coming along. It's just a true accident waiting to happen there. I can understand if, your engine warning light comes on, you're in a panic mode, you forget or whatever, you're getting over. But, and likewise, guys, if you're sitting on the shoulder of a road, if you can't turn your headlights off, at least dim them. If for some reason, Steve, it's more often than not, they're sitting there with their high beams on and just annoying the heck out of everybody around them and whatnot. And then one other practice that it too is an accident waiting to happen. The pickle parks, they get jammed up every single night. To where trucks are parked on the off ramp and the acceleration ramp and such, which that's a non-issue. I see a fairly common occurrence that those that are parked on the off ramp, when they take the leave again, rather than running through the rest area and getting a chance to do some accelerating on the on ramp again, they're cutting out from the gravel or the shoulder. They're probably coming across at maybe a 30-degree angle out into 70 mile an hour traffic at 5 miles an hour. All in the name of, I don't know if they're saving 10 seconds or not, in the end of things, but it's certainly an accident waiting to happen. So either way, beyond that, doggone, I'm going to have to go to work here. I just hate when this happens, But so either way, yeah. If horse feathers calls back in that way, let them know. Inquiring minds want to know. That's all I got for now.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. I was got Pappy just ahead here. I believe the Jolly Green Giant will be checking in as well. And we'll get to some of the other industry headlines via CDL Life this past day here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There we go, back on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. What's happening, Pappy?
Mr. Steve Sommers, what's going on? Excuse me.
Living the dream.
Yes, sir. Man, Steve, man, always moving. God love her calls, but man, I hate to say it, Steve, but asking Joe Biden to do something ain't gonna happen. We can holler all we want, do something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a waste of breath. He ain't gonna do nothing.
I mean, he
make it work.
He had the Treasury Secretary, he had the Energy Secretary, both of them yesterday saying, "Hey, we're out of options. We can't do anything as far as the fuel prices are concerned. We're out of options." Huh.
Steve, there was a federal judge appointed by Obama in Arizona a week ago, denied several hundred permits for the oil companies to drill in Arizona. This ain't going to do nothing but get worse. And she made a good point, Steve. She started talking about, well, what's going to happen when it gets too expensive for me to drive to work? And what's going to happen when food gets so expensive, Steve, that, what are we going to do? We're going to pay the electric bill, or are we going to eat? Do we got to have air conditioning? This is going to get crazy. My daughter came in from California for my grandson's graduation, and we were out on the deck, and I said, "Man, you've been stocking up like I've been telling you, Dad. I can't think of all this stuff. It's just too depressing. I just ignore it all." I said, "Well, hon, you can't ignore it all. I get it. Sometimes you can't let it overwhelm you." But I said, let me ask you something. I said, back during the Indian Wars, back in the 1870s, right, when the cavalry was coming to slaughter the Indians, the American Indians, I said, if they didn't send out any scouts, and they just buried their hand in the sand, buried their heads in the sand, rather. And one day they walk up out of their teepees and they look, and there's the cavalry up on the ridge line. They're not prepared. Same way prior to December 7th, 1941, Steve, you stick your head in the sand and you don't send out scouts and see the Japanese Imperial Navy hunkering down on Pearl Harbor. You don't see it coming, or you refuse to see what's coming. There was a radio man, Steve, that warned Pearl about several squadrons of planes that was heading towards Pearl. He said, "Man, this ain't normal. This ain't right." He radioed ahead, and there was a high-ranking officer. It's just training exercises, probably. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem we have with all the scouts that are being out there for us is that they're being fact-checked. Man, I don't know, Steve. What else is happening? Besides doom and gloom.
Yep.
We got to stay positive, Everybody says, well, what can you do about it? What can you do about it? Get rid of all the rhinos you know?
Yep.
And these whacked out leftists, man. If that don't work, I don't know what the heck's going to happen, man. Maybe it's too late. I don't know. What the hell else was I going to say? Man, I was thinking of something else, non-related to all this craziness, but, you know, that Alzheimer's is kicking in, I guess. Anyway, what's happening, man? Well, you tell me. What's going on?
Not a thing. Hump day, nothing really on the slate. Just doing what we do. Trying not to offend anybody, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone. You know, I'm not. Is what it is. But all right, my man. Just kudos to everybody out there, man. Keep your heads high. Hey, we can talk about the shooting real quick. You know, Steve, if you're going to protect yourself, if you're going to carry a gun to protect yourself, you better know the laws. You better know when you're justified to pull out that pistol and pull the trigger. That's all I got to say about that.
So you're talking about the Philadelphia scenario, or?
Yeah, well, you know, you got one guy that was cleared. They said he was justified.
Yep.
Right?
Self-defense.
Self-defense. You got 2 innocent people
dead
in a casket now. The bad guys, Steve, they don't care who they kill. They don't have to worry about their bullets coming out of the end of the barrel because they don't care. But us law-abiding Christian people that care about other human beings, we don't want that to happen. And unfortunately, sometimes it happens. And I'm just saying, man, you know me, man, I'm 100% in with somebody's right and ability to be able to defend themselves and their family. Full stop. But I'm just saying, man, you get the one that Philip was talking about, the 2 ladies that got into a fist fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't kill somebody because you get in a fist fight, Steve.
Yep.
You know, you just can't do it. You know, now her daughter, you got a 10-year-old daughter, I can't see them getting a conviction on this girl, even though they're charging her, Steve. Come on, she's 10 years old, Steve.
Yeah, she was protecting mom.
She's protecting mom. She doesn't have the culpable mental state, you know. I'll tell you another thing, man. You leave a gun laying around, right? And a child in the house picks that gun up and, God forbid, hurts themselves or somebody else gets killed.
Yeah, I mean, who would think a 2-year-old would even know to pull the trigger? I mean, but because I'm thinking, little Aubrey just turned 2 years old, and I'm thinking, yeah, I guess she'd be smart enough to, if she's seen it done before, she'd know what to do, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just picking something up, you kind of grab it. It had to be like a semi-auto, Steve, with a very light trigger pull. I can tell you right now. I'll tell you the story. When I first got on with the sheriff's office, we carried revolvers, Steve. That's how long I've been doing this, man. And so as soon as I started carrying a gun, for a living, the kids got curious. They all of a sudden, Dad's carrying a gun and wearing this uniform. What's going on? Dad, what's that? Can I see that? Absolutely, you can see it. Because my theory was curiosity killed the cat. If I'm like, no, you can't see that and never touch it, well, then that's going to get their curiosity going. So I'm like, absolutely. I pulled it out, unloaded it, checked it twice, and handed it to Amanda. Amanda grabbed it, looked at it, pulled the trigger, click, 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 was checking it out. Yeah, no big deal. Handed it back to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Melissa was a couple years younger. Daddy, can I see? Absolutely. Hand it to her. She can't pull it. She's not old enough to pull the trigger. She's about 5 years old, Steve. She can't pull that trigger. What did she do? She turned that gun around. Now the barrel's pointing at her.
And try to
She
use her
put both
thumb.
thumbs.
Yeah.
Put both thumbs
Stronger.
in that trigger guard and pulled that trigger, and that's how these kids kill themselves. It's like with a revolver, if they're not have the strength to pull that trigger.
Wow.
And Steve, they never asked again to see it. And if they did, I would have showed it to them again. But they, curiosity killed the cat. When Mercedes was about, I think he's 14 years old. She's got a little Smith & Wesson 22 long rifle pistol. She's got a holster. And we were training in the living room, showing her how to pull it out, how to load it, how to unload it, how to draw, how to change the magazine, and safety,
Yeah.
And, we went to the range about a year ago. And that little girl can shoot, man. If you teach your kids, it's like anything else, man. You teach your kids the responsibility, But what I was getting ready to say, man, you leave a gun laying around. If you're that stupid to do that, you got a gun on top of the refrigerator. You got it in a bed stand next to your bed, unlocked. Somebody gets a hold of it, does something stupid. I'm all for jacking that person up, man. Charge them with everything in the book. Because we're talking about responsibility here.
Bingo. Yep.
That's why mine is always on me, Steve. I fall asleep with a gun on the couch. With a gun on me, laying on the couch, I'll fall asleep. I'm out there cutting the grass, I got a gun on me. Why? Because if it's on me, I know where it's at. It's not in the house where somebody can get their hands on it. All the other ones are locked up, Steve. Every gun I got is locked up in a safe except for the one I got on me. When I come home from work and it's the last day of work, the duty gun goes in the safe, the off-duty gun comes out and goes on me. When I go to bed at night, it's right next to my bed, but it's in a secured thing that I can get out real quick if I need to.
Gotcha.
When I get up, put my pants on, then it comes out, goes in my holster. All right, my man. Sorry to just run my jibs here.
Hey, it's great to hear from you. Thanks for sharing. Have a good night. And right there, we'll get a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You may have seen the story. It's been shared on Fox Business. The Wall Street Journal ran it. Maybe your local paper. Somebody had the brilliant idea. Let's take a road trip in an electric vehicle. I thought it would be fun, she says. That's what I told my friend when I asked her to drive with me from New Orleans to Chicago and back. Now, I've made the journey before. I've survived popped tires, blown headlights, shredded wheel well liners in my 2008 Volkswagen Jetta. So I figured driving a brand new Kia EV6 that I had rented, this ought to be a piece of cake. If that is, the public charging infrastructure cooperated, we would not be the first to test it. Sales of pure and hybrid plug-ins have doubled in the United States last year, 656,000 plus of the total market. That's 4% of the vehicles sold, by the way, just 4%. More than half of car buyers today say they want their next car to be an electric vehicle. So says Ernst & Young Global. All right, we aimed to make the 2,000-mile trip in just under 4 days. So Mac could make her Thursday afternoon shift as a restaurant server. Given our battery a range of up to 310 miles, I plotted the route, splitting our days into 4 chunks of roughly 7.5 hours each. We need to charge once or twice each day and plug in near our hotel overnight. The Plug Sharp app, that's a map of public chargers, showed thousands of charging options between New Orleans and Chicago. But most of them were classified as level 2, requiring about 8 hours to get a charge. Okay, we'd be fine overnight, but we'd have to have fast chargers for the days. ChargePoint, that manufactures and maintains many fast charging stations, promises an 80% charge in 20 to 30 minutes. Longer than stopping for gas, but good for a bite or a bathroom break. Now, costs vary widely based on a number of factors: your local electric prices, the charger brands. Charging at home tends to be cheaper than a public charger. But over 4 days, we spent $175 on charging. We estimated the equivalent cost for gas in a Kia Forte would have been $275 based on the AAA average national price for gas at the time. But that $100 savings cost us many hours in waiting time. But that's not the whole story. She says, New Orleans, our starting point, has exactly 0 fast chargers. As we set out, one of the closest was a Harley-Davidson dealership in Slidell, Louisiana, about 40 minutes away. So we use our Monday morning breakfast stop to top off there on the way out of town. But when we tick down 15% over 35 miles, and the estimated charging time after plugging in, this so-called quick charge should take 5 minutes based on our calculations. So why does the dashboard tell us it's going to take an hour? Maybe it's just warming up or something. Maybe it's broken. Well, we had our Egg McMuffins. We check our Google. Yeah, the chargers slow down when the battery's 80% full. Concerned about time, we decided to unplug once we returned the car despite gaining a measly 13% of a charge in 40 minutes time. In other words, the so-called fast sure as hell ain't fast. It's a rather lengthy story, but she goes on and on and on, and I guess, long story short, she will not be looking to take that 2,000-mile trek in an electric vehicle again. Home sweet home. I'd rather pay the $4 a gallon. Well, it ain't $4 now. It's more like $5, right? But there you go. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Who we got checking in? Is that the Rambler? Hey there.
Well, praise God, and hopefully my phone sounds a lot better. Last time I tried to call in, it sounded like I was being abducted by Martians or whatever you want to say. But praise God, and hello, everyone out there. Glad to be back with you, Steve. And, oh, man, I'm sorry I missed a couple of nights. I've been listening to the Dale Jr. download, and they had a very interesting guest. They had Jeremy Mayfield.
Okay.
On the podcast, and we all know what he went through in 2009. And boy, I tell you what, that's a good listen. You know, I don't follow NASCAR no more because, quite frankly, I couldn't stand Brian France. I thought he was stupid. If you ask me, I didn't know what he was doing. Now that he's kind of phased out, you know, I might try and pick it up again, but. Very interesting what kind of personal grudge Brian France really had against Jeremy Mayfield. And no one never knew it. And, yeah. So if you're not into podcasting, go and listen to a 2-part podcast. It's very interesting. He gets to tell his side of the story. And say it just makes me frown on NASCAR more. It makes me glad that dreadful day, that black number 3 made that last turn and drove on to glory, that I quit watching from that point on. You know, but you know, I used to be a huge. You know, what got me into the sport was Davey Allison. I was such a huge Davey fan, and then he got killed, and I kind of pulled for Ernie Irvin. And then I remember me, my brother in Dirty Diapers going to the Atlanta Motor Speedway in '95. And even though little old boo-boo Jeff Gordon won the championship, that black number 3 dominated that entire race. And that just hooked me right there being a lifelong Earnhardt fan. But, man, I'm glad to be back with you and everything like that. And a lot of interesting things going on. You know, reading, you know, when I was off, you know, reading different things about a lot of the liberals going and voting Republican to try and block Trump's picks. And, you know, I'm thinking to myself, I said, you people are just plumb stupid. You know, how could you sit there and tell yourself, you know, well, this is all Trump's fault when the economy was going so great, gas was so cheap, food was plentiful. You know, we were trying to stay out of everybody's way as far as the world goes. And, you know, it goes back to that Bible verse, Steve, when they were yelling, crucify him, crucify. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
You there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, crucify him, crucify him, crucify him. And Pontius Pilate saying, why? He's done nothing wrong. And the Pharisees spoke up and said, his blood shall be upon our hands and the hands of our children. And I tell you, Caesar's been a pretty tough taskmaster to the Jewish people since then. You know, it's kind of like, I feel like that's what they're doing. You know, we don't care. We know Trump was a good man, but we don't like him. Mm-hmm. We don't like him. And you talk about these electric cars, everyone wants us to scream racism. The Latinos have no rights. The black people have no rights. Well, they ever stop and consider that $1,000 battery that goes in that car? You know, it's slave labor by black kids in Congo and slave labor by little Muslim kids in Afghanistan mining cobalt that helps build them things. No, it's like your old man used to say constantly. Don't confuse me with the facts. I got my mind made up.
Mind made up. Yep.
That's right, Steve. That's right. But, like I said, I hadn't checked in a couple of nights, and I want to shout out to Kentucky Ken, Buckwheat, who's recovering from surgery, fireman over there in Georgia. God bless your brother. I know he had a pretty traumatic event, a funeral he had to go to, and I'm praying for him. And I know Eskimo Mom's back. I'm glad she's back. And then there's Cat Mom out of West Virginia, and of course Gilligan and Jolly Green. Glad to hear from them and know they're all right. Philly Dan, God bless you, sir. And before I get off here, I need to address the two-time bull hauling champion, Lauren White.
Yeah.
Because, we got 4th of July, and I asked nicely for a couple of steers around Memorial Day. And Steve, I sat out there in my yard. I'd hear Jake Brace go off. I'm like, oh, all right, Lauren's here. And he never showed up with my steers. Got plenty of grass. Hey, look, I got plenty of grass. I can't afford to grain feed them, but I can darn sure grass feed them, and they'll be a healthy meat. So if he could just drop 2 steers off, he is an award-winning champion. So if he's a championship driver, I'm assuming he knows how to find his way to Mobile, Alabama, the port city, and drop two steers off. I can get them. I got enough time to fatten them up and to get them to the slaughterhouse to get ready for 4th of July barbecue. And I'm just curious, with 4th of July coming up, are you going to be having any more wrestling matches, any big, huge firework cannons going off, anything? Are you going to have a watermelon roast?
Based on the prices these days, I don't know. We might have to have a scaled down 4th of July celebration this year.
Yeah. No expensive fireworks. If you have a watermelon roast, it's going to be the cheapest watermelons you
have to get to mini. You have to get to those mini cannonball watermelons.
Well, Steve. Your favorite word is the F word, and that F word is FREE, free. So if you can find it for free, the watermelon roast is definitely on. Probably have big moves come out there and play some Waylon Jennings and all that kind of good stuff, and so I'm sure you let have a good time, and I'm sure Gilligan and Heatwave will bring Bambi Dovetail for prime entertainment. Now, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it because that's just too much debauchery for my Christian eyes to handle. But I'm throwing suggestions out there, so y'all can call me up and say, Brother Perry, I repent of what I did at Steve Sommers' house. And you could even have Miss Georgia Peach come down. Is she single, by the way?
Georgia Peach, matter of fact, she is.
Well, there's a lot of fine gentlemen. She is a nice looking young lass. There's a lot of good looking gentlemen that'll be out there that I'm sure would love to court her. But make sure she sees what their W-2 and their stock portfolio says before she starts dating one of them.
Okay.
But I see we're up against the clock, man, and I'm going to go ahead and go, and we'll let everyone know out there that, hey, I hadn't been on in a couple of days, but that doesn't mean I hadn't been thinking about everybody. And I love everyone out there, and I sincerely mean that. And I appreciate you all who watch us every Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. It really means a lot. We had a very good service this past Sunday, and I'm sure the Lord's going to allow us to have another great service this Sunday at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Come on out and be with us. We'd love to have you. Love to be able to pray for you. And you hear the unadulterated, unfiltered, and untwisted, because we're not going to twist God's narrative to fit God's word to fit your narrative. We're not going to twist God's word to make you feel good. It's going to be preached the way the Lord wants it. So come on, tune in, and know this about you and how I feel. And I say it every time, even at the end of the service. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, we'll catch you later, my friend. God bless you, brother.
That's a great way to wrap up another hour. Final hour coming ahead here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
7 states hosted primary elections on Tuesday. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem easily won her GOP primary Tuesday night. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump picked up more wins for candidates he endorsed. According to Trump, the win in Pennsylvania's Senate race by Dr. Mehmet Oz puts the endorsement record at 100 wins to 6 losses. Longtime Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds both beat challengers, and Trent Kelly won the Republican nomination for U.S. House in Mississippi's 1st Congressional District. A large truck collided with a van in southeast Arkansas, killing 5 people and injuring 5 others. The van belonged to a school serving disabled adults. Police say the 5 people killed in the crash ranged in age from 19 to 73. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Actor and Uvalde, Texas native Matthew McConaughey met with President Joe Biden on Tuesday. He spoke about the school shooting, which killed 19 children and 2 adults, at a White House press briefing afterwards, saying people in power have failed to act when it comes to gun safety.
We heard from so many people, families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns.
The shooting in Uvalde is the 3rd most deadly school shooting in American history. The Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which bans transgender women from participating in women's sports, will now become law in Louisiana. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards took no action on the GOP-led bill by the end of the legislative session, allowing the bill to become law. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Customers who shopped at grocery retailer Meijer on Tuesday ran into problems using their debit cards for the 2nd time in the past month. Meijer, which has stores in Michigan and parts of the Midwest, said a processing error impacted Chase Bank, which caused the stores to accept only cash or credit payments. One credit union official spoke to WZZM about proactive measures everyone can take to protect their accounts.
Criminals are using the internet, sending out emails, putting fake logos in there. Consumers really need to pay attention to any email or text message that they get from their financial institution. And if it's asking for any information from them, delete it, contact the credit union directly.
At the end of May, some customers were charged double and triple the amount of their initial Meijer purchase. A migrant caravan with 10,000 foreign nationals is headed towards the U.S. southern border, and Vice President Kamala Harris appears to be ignoring the border crisis. On Tuesday, Harris announced a $50 million Central American Youth Program to get young people from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras paid community service opportunities on issues like climate action and violence prevention. And the son of General Hospital star Jack Wagner was found dead in an L.A. parking lot on Monday. Harrison Wagner was 27. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I do believe that means final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Other industry headlines over the past day. 2 firefighters injured by a semi-truck while responding to a previous wreck in Texas. Centerville, Texas, about 3:20 in the afternoon. According to the Firehouse News, firefighters responding to an accident between a sedan and a pickup on Interstate 45 when a semi slammed into the stopped sedan. Force of that impact pushed the sedan into the pickup truck, causing the big rig to overturn, striking 2 firefighters. A 21-year-old firefighter transported by helicopter with critical injuries. Another 46-year-old was transported also by helicopter, but treated and released that same day. All right, so according to the chief, Colton is in stable condition, but a long recovery will be needed, so we appreciate your continued prayers. All right. The driver of the sedan, by the way, was pronounced dead at the scene. The pickup driver and the truck driver all taken to the hospital as well with minor injuries. Yes, we have another out of Texas. Authorities announcing charges against a Mexican-based truck driver who was caught attempting to smuggle methamphetamine into the country. About a week ago, federal grand jury returning 2-count indictment against 33-year-old Mexican national Luis Alberto Cisneros. Authorities say on May 6, Cisneros attempted to enter the U.S. in a tractor-trailer hauling stainless steel scrap at the World Trade Bridge port of entry. Trailer was referred for a secondary inspection. After the X-ray revealed anomalies, officers conducted a physical search. During that search, discovered approximately 912 pounds of liquid meth concealed in the truck's fuel tanks. The seized drugs worth an estimated $18 million, according to authorities. If convicted, Cisneros now faces up to life in prison and a possible $10 million maximum fine. It's all fun and games till you get caught, right? Some of our industry headlines. All right, let me get to, I believe, the Jolly Green Giant checks in this morning. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Now, I got some good news and bad news. The bad news is we're discontinuing a cartoon character Sex Maniac. Now, we are going to replace that cartoon character with a special edition character, Schleprock. So now Sex Maniac will no longer be Sex Maniac. Now, his new handle and new cartoon character is Schleprock.
Schleprock.
Also, that's right, Schleprock. Right, from the Flintstones. That's right. Now, Schleprock, you don't have to worry about rain, snow, sleet, or hail, because Schleprock will have a cloud with a lightning bolt over his head at all times and over his truck. So weather will be definitely concentrated over Schleprock's truck from here on. That's right. Now, also want to, we have an offer. Gilligan is the president of a new fan club, a Knuckle Buster fan club. So we are offering for $39.95.
Oh, inflation.
A autographed picture of Knuckle Buster and a 3-hour boat cruise on the USS Minnow. So please get in touch with Gilligan or with Big and Sexy down in Arkansas. Also, I also want to take, and I want to vote the best governor in the United States, Mr. Holcomb, there in Indiana. He's the only governor that I know of that shuts down all the interstates around Indianapolis at night where no trucks can get through. Yeah, that's right. Johnny Green's trying to get through on 465 here Monday night. Not only has he got eastbound shut down, he's got westbound shut down. Through Indianapolis, it's also shut down.
Wow.
So if you're going to St. Louis, there's no way you can get there because he's got all the highways shut down.
You can't get there from here.
Yeah. Now, tonight, I was going through. I decided to go north on 65 up to 70. Well, guess what? They were working on 70. Yes, sir. And then I was talking to Flash. He was going north on 465 up toward Chicago. They were working on the east side of 465 on the other side. Now, you know, I definitely got to give Holcomb some credit. He's definitely getting the highway fixed. The problem is he's creating all these unnecessary traffic jams. Instead of finishing a project, no, he instead starts 10 more projects. Interstate 70 has been under construction for the last 2 years. Who knows when it's ever going to be done? You know, as long as Holcomb's the governor, we've got problems. So I just want to warn all you truck drivers, you definitely better be looking at your Google map because when in doubt, Holcomb will shut the interstate down. So that way they can to a grocery warehouse. So you want to know why there's delayed a grocery warehouse? You can blame Holcomb there. Come on.
Wow.
Well, that's all that Johnny Green's got for you tonight. So I hope everybody has a good night. And I just want to make sure if you're interested in that fan club, you're getting in touch with Gilligan for $39.95. You could join the Knuckle Buster fan club.
Very
So
good.
everybody have a good night.
I notice inflation. Everything used to be $19.95 is now double that. $39? What the? All right. Hey, we'll look forward to hearing from Schleprock. All right, a couple of tidbits. For those not maybe familiar with, why we're here. Yeah, our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, made here in the U.S. of A., Mount Gilead, Ohio, the plant there. But we'll start with the original Stiction Eliminator, as it's called, the one that kind of got everything going with Hot Shot Secret. Now, this goes in your diesel or your gasoline engines, delivering essential additives to improve performance. Obviously, removing the stiction, that residue that sticks to your engine's component, harming said components, lubricates and cleans the engine's oil pump, rings, turbo, injectors. In your diesel, your Huey engines. Third-party testing found that Our Hot Shot Secret additives reduce wear on an engine by up to 62%. Big time compared to just your base oil. Well, once you've run the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, next oil change, a bump to the FR3, the friction reducer, which is a 100% synthetic oil, anti-friction additive. Yeah, use this product in any vehicle. It works with synthetic, it works with conventional oil, improves oxidation stability and film strength. Third-party testing, ASTM testing confirming FR3 will lessen engine wear by 43% and boost your fuel economy as much as 5% and increase horsepower by 5%. At maximum levels. You go on over to hotshotsecret.com, place your order, and don't forget to use the code Overnight Drive at checkout for 10% off your entire order. And if you're a first responder, veteran, or active duty military, or a CDL holder, you get an additional 10% off, so you save 20% off just for being a listener to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, according to Landline, this past day, looks like we got a hearing coming up later this morning in D.C. following the recent announcement of fatality crashes increasing by more than 10% last year. Now we're going to be focusing how can we improve safety. The Highway and Transit Subcommittee will hold a hearing, again, 10 a.m. this morning Eastern Time, entitled Addressing the Roadway Safety Crisis, Building Safer Roads for All. As chair of the Subcommittee on Highway and Transit, Eleanor Holmes Norton says, an estimate from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, traffic fatalities reach an unacceptable 16-year high last year. That means this hearing is exceptionally timely. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration estimated nearly 43,000 people were killed in motor vehicle crashes last year, up from 39,000 in 2020. That's the most fatalities since all the way back in 2005, when there were just, 43,510 deaths reported that year. For years, the numbers have been going down. All of a sudden, what's going on out on the roads? So a handful of witnesses scheduled to speak at the hearing or testify. Elaine Clegg of the National League of Cities, Sean Wilson with the American Association of Highway and Transportation Officials, Ludwig Gaines, Washington Area Bicyclist Association, Cindy Williams with the American Traffic Safety Services Association. Again, coming up 10 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. Yeah, back to the phones we go. There's Vic checking in here this Wednesday. What's been happening, Vic?
Oh, not well. Oh, excuse me. Like the individual said there, who wasn't talking about construction around Indianapolis. Yeah, you pretty much can't go anywhere in a four-wheeler. I'd hate to think about with an 18-wheeler trying to get around here, because, well, I don't know if you ever heard the old saying, proper planning prevents piss poor performance. That's a classic example of it.
So what are they doing? Are they just working on everything at the same time or what?
Pretty much, Steve. Pretty much. And I don't even know why they shut down I-70 downtown at the same time they wanted to work on 465. And they're also working on I-69 as it comes into Indianapolis. So if you try to get around it, there's a couple of roads you can take, the old US 40 and get over to 37, except 37 is turning into I-69. And a lot of that is cut off. I think I got one route I can take out of my house here, and instead of like maybe two or three that I used to take in the back roads. And for some reason, even closing off some of the city streets. I've seen something where they got like a $20 million grant to work on roads, and people are fussing about potholes. So maybe they just decided they would start working on everything at once and provide jobs or what. Like I said, I don't know how it all just wound up. Indianapolis became the focal point for all these projects. So again, I really don't know what they're doing other than the one thing that I fuss about all the time, and I talked to the highway engineers 2 or 3 years ago about this, is I'd like to hang the person that brought roundabouts to Indianapolis. I said they're shutting them down up on the East Coast, and you can't get a big truck around most of them anyway. So anyway, they're putting in a lot of roundabouts. And it's just, I get pretty aggravated about the whole thing. But anyway, then the fact that whenever, what's his face, Mitch Daniels, when he sold the tollway up there in Indiana and started his project, whatever it was, I forget the exact numbers, but I think he got something like $10 billion for the tollway, and he said that was going to help him have like $40 billion in roadway improvement projects. Well, you were mentioning the thing about the 40, what did you say, 40 gallons a week of fuel, somebody said, right, on an average. I think that's the problem with statistics. That's an average, and that includes people that might commute 100 to 200 miles a day and maybe not get very good fuel mileage. So it's not representative whenever you look at it. And when you deal with statistics, there's a whole lot that goes to it more than just average. I always use the example, if you had one person making $1 a year and another person making $1 million a year, then people have an average income of $500,000 a year, but that's not going to help you as far as really analyzing anything. But people are prone to use the averages. And So that, like I said, everybody has their own little project. The federal government has theirs, the state has theirs, the city has theirs, and even neighborhoods and townships have theirs. And I don't think they coordinate them very well. So anyway, that's just my take on the whole thing. But whenever I called, I was listening to Matthew McConaughey talking about gun legislation, and for another reason, I was looking up some stuff and basically on immigration. And I was thinking when Obama was in office that he was going to use Indianapolis as some sort of a test case for immigration, and they had this immigration council thing. And whenever I Googled that, I mean, churches came up like crazy for free legal advice for immigrants. And it's like, why are churches so deeply involved in this? Well, we followed this story for years about the money that churches and other organizations are making from this immigration thing. And also a lot of this immigration is contributing to a lot of the gun violence. And then earlier today, I seen a report of where there are a lot of parents upset that their children have committed suicide because of the stuff that the social media is allowing to go on social media. And you have the schools, instead of preaching commonality among people, they're out there, you can decide which sex you want to be and all that whole LGBTQ agenda. So I think, when I think about schools and churches, I think in a certain way. And it kind of dawned on me today that, that's not really the case. Churches are getting involved in things that are way far from spiritual things, and schools are getting involved in things that are way far from the old reading, writing, and arithmetic. But they don't want to look at the hostility or that might create towards those institutions. This Biden administration is absolutely fixated on thinking that they can eliminate guns, and just as, to me, something that I equate with, you understand, they should look at Ukraine. And Ukraine have given the Russians fits because their people were armed. Now, if their people weren't armed in Ukraine, Russia would have walked over them like nothing, So just take and kind of transfer, equate, I can't think the right word, what would happen if all the guns were taken away from the people here in the United States.
Right.
So they had to pass a background check. And I just seen a thing on the news about an hour or two ago that they're having a hard time recruiting police officers here in Indianapolis. Well, one of the reasons is several police officers, they get involved in a shooting, not of their own volition, but because of what the bad guy is doing. And all of a sudden, the policeman becomes the bad guy. So, you mentioned the other night, there's so many things that's so wrong with this administration. It is absolutely unbelievable that they keep attacking problems from their standpoint and their solution. Their mind's already made up. You were mentioning about this safety meeting they're going to have tomorrow. How much have we talked about the hit and run drivers and immigrants here that either don't know our traffic laws, can't read English, don't obey them, or whatever, that have caused fatalities? I know here in Indianapolis, I think there was a Colts killer, a Colts player killed on a hit and run. I believe they did finally find the individual, but that was a high profile case. But it seems like every week there's somebody, getting killed on a hit and run.
Yep.
And so, where is that coming from, and what can the government really do to stop that by making safer highways? I mean, the highways are much safer than whenever I first started driving. But this administration and the people around it, whether it's churches or some sort of social organization. Even the Amish are getting in on the deal of making money off of immigration and refugees. So, until they really start looking at the root causes of things, they're never going to get it solved. And as we've often said, just follow the money. And there are people making an awful lot of money off of this immigration and refugee and everything else. And it's contributing a lot of problems. I mean, oddly enough, it contributes some to the housing crisis. And the immigrants and refugees coming here, they don't want to go to the downtown neighborhoods that need repopulating or going to the schools downtown. No, they want to go to the suburban areas and the suburban schools. And if they don't get them, somebody's standing there ready to holler discrimination. So our problems are pretty much self-inflicted, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yep. And this administration seems to enjoy inflicting it. And that's like inflation and all this stuff. With Janet Yellen, she wants Congress to pass more laws and spend more money. Well, too much money floating around in the economy is the primary cause of inflation and government spending. So, on the one hand, she's saying we have to do this to cut inflation, but what you're doing will increase inflation. And you can't raise interest rates and cut demand, because the government, you and I respond to demand. When gasoline gets too high, we drive less. The groceries, we kind of pay more attention when we go to the grocery store. The government doesn't do that. The government just says, well, we need to spend this.
I mean, the trillions that they've spent with these, the whole COVID relief funds. And believe it or not, apparently there's a hell of a lot of COVID relief money that never did get spent. It's still sitting out there. And the reason I know this is just yesterday, I guess Pennsylvania's governor, your Governor Wolf there in PA, says, hey, let's send out some stimulus checks. How about $2,000 per household for those that have an income under $80,000? We've got this money, and we're going to have to give it back to the government if we don't spend it. That's the mentality. Let me hold that thought. We'll give you the rest of the story. Right now, I'll cut to get on a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden signed 9 bipartisan bills into law Tuesday, all connected to military veterans. One dramatically broadens federal care for those who served near toxic burning pits. The White House said all the bills will improve veterans' access to care.
Our veterans and our military families represent literally the best of America. We can never fully repay the debt to all of you. Every veteran and family member of a veteran who serves has made our lives, our liberty, and our very nation possible. We owe you, and we thank you.
Officials in Ukraine say Russian forces are holding around 600 people in, quote, torture chambers in occupied Kherson. In addition, officials said they're being held in inhumane conditions while journalists and militants are undergoing torture at the hands of the Russians. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so what did Pennsylvania governor say this past day? Wolf and State Representative Emily Kinkead leading the call for the General Assembly there to pass legislation that would allow the unused funds from the American Rescue Plan to be issued in the form of direct payments to, quote, low-income households. The cost of everything from gas to groceries is higher right now. And Pennsylvanians are living paycheck to paycheck. Even a small increase in expenses can mean painful decisions like paying for food or do we pay the rent? And the bill's already been introduced in the General Assembly. And some are saying we need to pass this right now. Kincaid said we have unprecedented, game-changing amount of federal money available to us to help Pennsylvanians who are struggling. Historic price increases, massive inflation. A $2,000 check has the power to transform the lives of so many, and we need to spend the American Rescue Plan dollars soon, or we're going to have to return it to the federal government. Why don't we spend the money as intended, helping people who need it the most? Meanwhile, the Republicans, not really going along. A Republican majority has refused to work with us on initiatives that would clearly benefit the people. Okay, so we got the money. Use it or lose it, right? Spend it or it goes back to the federal government. They will find a way to spend that money, no doubt about it. All right, it's 844-844-3388. All right, gun control. Let's see. Chuck Schumer says he wants a vote by the end of the week. I mean, you see, you take the crisis, you introduce this legislation, and you say, we've got to do it right now, right? I mean, you got to capitalize on a crisis. Never let a crisis go to waste. Now, there are those saying, hey, we need more time. We need time to work on some sort of an agreement. Schumer said even though Senator Chris Murphy told him he expects to make a deal with Senator Cornyn of Texas by the end of the week, he left the possibility that the talks may take longer than that. On the Senate floor, Cornyn said, I don't believe the Senate's going to be voting this week because good consensus legislation takes time. So I hope Senator Schumer will let his members work. There's no use in rushing a vote on something like a doomed partisan bill that the House is going to be voting on this week. This is kind of deal the House, sure. Nancy Pelosi said the other night, the Democrats will vote for anything she throws on the floor. And so it'll pass the House, but it's not going to be that easy when it comes to the Senate side. And Cornyn's pretty much saying what Nancy Pelosi's putting forward, what the House is going to pass, it has zero chance of passing in the Senate. You're going to have to come up with something else. All right, who we got on the line here? Get back to, I don't know, Kev. Who is this?
Well, good morning there, Mr. Steve Sommers. This is the Knuckle Buster impersonator.
Oh, no.
The man who aspires to be one day called the Rich Little of the overnight drive. Well, you know what? All you owner operators out there, you might as well just sell your trucks while you get something out of them. Because these big companies going to run you all out of business. We run 90% of the freighter more. If you don't believe me, just go up and down the road. Look at all them big company names out there. You may see two of them owner operators the same name on the door. Yeah, there's all the proof you need. Yeah, of course we're running 90% of the freight. Hey, Knuckle Buster, if you really want to hear what you sound like on the air when you run it down to owner operators, right there it is. Have a good night, Steve. Thank you.
The official Knuckle Buster impersonator. All right, what do we got here? So apparently, us guys, we all think we're healthy, apparently. Well, I should say most of us, not all. But it's kind of odd. The overwhelming majority say they're healthier than the other guys. And numerically, it's impossible. It's the whole male machismo thing. Survey finds many American men believe they're healthier than other men and don't even bother to go in for their annual checkups, even though a yearly exam can catch a number of health problems in the early stages, which is the goal. So a survey of nearly 900 men 18 and older conducted by the Harris poll. They found 65% of men view themselves as healthier than others. 33% consider their annual health screening or checkup is not even necessary. It is statistically impossible for the majority of men to be healthier than the majority of men. Does that make sense? Even if you think you're healthy and you're not experiencing any symptoms, there could be developing issues that go unnoticed and even be life-threatening if left unchecked. Rising blood pressure that can be a ticking time bomb for a heart attack or stroke. Colon cancer, one of the most deadly yet preventable cancers that exist. Survey found nearly 40% of respondents get health advice from social media. Oh boy, you're going to get good advice there. That can be very risky if you're not using reputable sources. But according to the survey, fear is a major reason men don't see a doctor. If you're a man and you haven't been to the doctor in a while, you don't know what you were going to expect. All right, nearly 2 in 5 men admitted they tend to focus on their pet's health more than their own. Not surprising, he said. Men tend to put their health last after their family and apparently even their dog or their cat. But if you're going to take care of others in your life, you have to take care of yourself. And that includes making yearly appointments with your primary care physician. Okay, but all right, so 65% think they're healthier than the rest. Let's see here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I just pulled up the emails. Check out who's checking in this morning. Shorty, first of all, says, Steve, this is kind of spooky. Check this out on your phone. go to your dial pad and put in star pound 06 pound, and guess what pops up? The barcode for your phone. And that's how you're tracked. All right, I haven't tried that. I don't know. Barcode for your phone. Truck and Phil is on board. Hey there, happy Wednesday. Mike, morning, Steve, and the Hotshot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Wednesday. Good or bad, nothing's going to change until the people want change and are willing to work together to make it happen. That's common sense. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day, everyone out there. 200 days till Christmas. There's Truck and Phil, Semper Fi, and Steve checking in this morning. Right on schedule. Middle of the week is here. Day 3 of training for the new guy. So far, it's going well. His gravy days are over. He gets to see what a local route's going to throw him. Afterwards, I get to do my elected duty as village councilman at this evening's meeting. That should be fun. So everybody enjoy the day. We're one day closer to the weekend. All right, halfway point, right? There you go. Thank you so much, Steve. Have a great day of training there. Good to have you on board. Just left lane, Leroy.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Leroy.
Yeah, this is the left lane Leroy Brown, and I'm here to advertise for our left lane owner-operator Ignorant Dumbass Association Club. Forget that $39.99 garbage. For the low price of $9.99, you can join Leroy Brown's Left Lane Leroy owner-operator independent association club. And for the low price of $9.99, what you'll get a bumper sticker to put on the right side of your truck that says, "Have a nice day, sucker," that everybody can read as you blow by them. And it also comes with a black handkerchief you can cover up your base plate with. And so them snitches can't call in with your plate number. And it's just the political thing to do, Steve. So I'm going to sign off now. I know you're getting close on time, but I just want to let you know these phones work both ways.
Oh, my. Let's see here. Hey there, Horse Feathers. What's happening?
While you're sitting here telling us that code number there, I punched it in there, and he ain't kidding. You get a barcode up, says device information, tells you all about what your device is.
Really?
You know, he ain't kidding. That star pound, what was it, 06?
06 pound, yeah.
Yep. It just pops right up on the screen, tells you all your device information there. So I guess that's
so you just
right
you just go to your keypad like you're going to dial a number to call somebody.
Yep. Like making a regular phone call, and just go to the keypad thing there, and what do you say? Star pound.
Yeah, there it is.
Pound, and there it is.
So there's your, I guess, IMEI, but it's a barcode and your serial number for your phone. I guess that is. Huh.
Yep. No. I guess know everything about yourself now. But anyway, so what do we got to do now? We got to say, hey, it's getting to be the end of the show, and we got to make sure that we use that overnight drive code there and go to the Hot Shot Secret webpage and order up some of the Hot Shot Secret and Diesel Extreme everyday diesel treatment and gasoline extreme Shift Restore, maybe some of that liquid spray stuff there, that good spray stuff there, and then make sure you get to Steve Sommers apparels there. You know, your hats, your T-shirts, and all that, and especially the women's shirts there, right? You got to get the women's shirts. Isn't that what we're looking at? And your water blaster. You get the women's T-shirts and the water blaster there, and fill the water blaster up with ice water there, and then that helps the T-shirts out there in case they want to shrink or something. I don't know. Something like that.
All bodacious.
Oh, is that what it is? All right.
Yes, all bodacious.
Well, we'll get the script there at some point and be able to read off the script and get it done right there. You know, because I ain't never got one of these advertisements, PSAs, or anything like that ever done right there. So at some point maybe I'll be able to come up with that there. But anyways, I don't know. Guess I just wanted to check back in with you real quick and let you know that did what he said it was going to do. It's kind of scary, ain't it?
Very interesting. But, I don't know what purpose that serves. I'm not sure, but
yeah, I don't know. So more information than I know what I can do with it. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. Looks like the sun's going to come up here in Maryland here in not too short order. So I guess we'll let you go with that and look forward to a Thursday night.
There you go. The daylight hours are getting longer and longer. Well, at least for a few more days. What do we got? June 20, when we hit that first day of summer. Yeah, that begins the turnaround. The daylight hours will progressively begin to get shorter. Hey, Eagle never did wake up to check in this morning, did he? How about that? One thing that he had mentioned last week, shortly after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Will the students and staff be returning to that school? That was a question which has been answered. Students and staff will not return to the Texas elementary school there, not returning to the Robb Elementary campus, according to the superintendent. We're working through plans right now how to serve students on other campuses, and we'll give that information once we get it finalized. We're also working with agencies to help us identify improvements on all other campuses in our district here. But the letter also confirmed the district would cooperate with law enforcement investigating the massacre. We're investigating the event. We realize there are many questions that remain unanswered at this point in time, but because the investigation is ongoing, information is evolving, we will reserve comment until the state and federal agencies complete their full review. All right, they give the whole rest of the story background. We all know what happened by now, but that answers the question. I guess that school, ultimately, will it be bulldozed, or what do you do with it? All right, we'll close it out right there. What do we have coming up here? Stick around via tncradio.live. In a matter of minutes, it's Hump Day, and that means another new show. You're familiar with Shannon Courier. She's been doing a remarkable job with the St. Christopher Fund for several years now, but she's now doing a radio show. It's her other passion in life, talking Southern things, all things Southern. Southern people, Southern music, Southern food, nostalgia. It's the Southern Route with Shannon Courier. Coming up here in just a matter of minutes on tncradio.live this morning. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.